Hello, hello. I should restart the timer, shouldn't I? Save as much time as I can. Sure, it will make a difference over however many hours at all that this is going to end up being. We shall see. Yeah. So, attempting JJSS2 today. I'll have to see how we get on. Tried to start a bit earlier so that I have enough time for all today. But we shall see what happens. So, similar sort of rules to the first one, but a bit of mod stuff going on. Far trickier clues. So we need to find an 8x8 box somewhere in the grid. Which you can actually 1, 2, 3. that cells in it at least. Got a 15x15 grid, which is pretty mega. And then inside that 8x8 is a standard 8x8 chaos construction. Then outside of, I think what I'll probably do is if I start to just remind myself of how these rules actually work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you've got inner Japanese sums, which count towards the splits in. It's like that could be a 3, that could be like a 1, 2, 8, something like that. And then they can go either side, can't they? Contiguous runs of cells that are in the same region in the inner box. And you gotta fill them all out. And yeah, and they can go either side. So then, like, if that was the rest of the region, that could be a 22 over here. Perhaps. Oh, I might have to mute the mic to sneeze quite a bit. A3 at the moment. No gaps between any clues. Every cell outside the box that's not containing a clue is empty. Then we get the clues on the outside, which are Japanese style sums on parity. So odd even stuff. So for this example, like that would be I'll make sure your math adds up right. 15, then 10. Write that properly, shouldn't I? Then like say that was 4, 6, 5, 7. That would be 3, then 10, then 12, then 22. Except all of these are mod 4. So what? That's 3, 2, 0, 1, 0, 1. Of course, we've got question marks in there as well, just for fun. Meaning that we don't know what some of these modularities are. At least, yeah. And then the clues aren't actually given in order either. They've all been scrambled. But they have been given in ascending order. So, oh, is that strictly ascending? I wonder. That's something I meant to check as well with Bookworm yesterday. Just send her a message. I mean, ascending to me would imply strictly. Well, that's what I will assume for the time being. See what happens. So in fact, in this case, the clues would be given 0. Have I got? I've got 2 10s. 0, 1, 1. Well, maybe it's not strictly ascending actually. 0, 1, 1, 0, 3, 1 would be how that row would be clued. It really does not feel like it should be able to create a finish grid. It's kind of insane. Largest clues closest, and then shrinking, or like, yeah, ascending in order from the outside sort of thing. So, initial thought is total sums, because that's going to be 36, and the outside has to also sum to 36, doesn't it? So you got 72 across, which is 0 mod 4. So anything that doesn't sum to 0 mod 4 has to be can't be inside the thingamajig. So like this. Let me put where's the central cell gone? Probably that. That looks pretty central, doesn't it? 3, 7, 3, 7, 3, 7, 3, 7, etc. So because this row isn't 0 mod 4 overall, that's 1 mod 4, it's not going to be able to sum to 72, which is what it would do if it were part of the 8x8 inner grid. So that means I can say all of these 3 cells are also part of the inner grid. The other thing that's interesting is this column, because you're always going to change parity inside the 8x8 at some point. So because we only have a 0 clue here, then that also can't be part of the 8x8. And we get to blue a bit more. And then what's rather lovely is going to, I think, hopefully. I mean, this is interesting as well. But the point is, this is now covering the 8x8 square, the 8x8 inner grid, and therefore must be 0 mod 4, making that, what, a 3? Yeah. So that's be nice if I can notate that somehow. What's an easy way to do that? Not sure at the minute. I'll leave it as is. But that is a 332 clue. And so it is So I said that the parity has to change at least once inside the 8x8 grid, which it's going to have to do here, isn't it? And it could do it twice if it wanted to. We have a cat. I wasn't sure if they joined because it's ended up being that one. There we go. Because it's ended up being nicer today than I thought outside. I had to shimmy a bit though because it's what am I trying to say? The rules are a bit large on this one. There we go. Excellent, that'll help logic, hopefully. So yeah, so in this particular row, we know the parity will have to change at some point inside. Oh, and of course, so that's 2, 3 question mark, right? Which I've said is 3, 3. Question mark 3, 2 is 3, 3, 2. Because it has to be 0 mod 4 overall. And I'm gonna have to do some like better thinking about the what I'll do is I'll just, oh no, the time. I want to keep the time overall. Although I'll be able to see that from the stream, we'll just see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Gonna do a lot of checking that I count to 8 properly in this thing. So question mark 32 is 332. And the thought I was having was somewhere inside the 8x8, we're going to have an even number. Oh, the other thing is, what do these sum to? They sum to 20, don't they? Which is 0 mod 4. Because the question I'm asking is what picks up that the even numbers inside the 8x8. It has to be even. So it has to be 0 or 2 mod 4. So it's going to be 2 mod 4. And you can't, because this is counting parity. So as soon as you're counting an even parity run, as soon as you're counting an even parity run, you're going to have to be 0 or 2 mod 4, which is only 2 mod 4 in this row. What that implies is these have all got to be together. That's then 0 mod 2, 0 mod 4. It's got to be on an edge because it needs another even next to it. And let's just put those like that as they are. And this number here, which I don't know which way round this is. I'm just sort of thinking about this in general terms at the moment. This number here is going to be even. Oh, I could pick up something like that. I always forget about that sort of thing. But we know it's even, and we know it's 2 mod 0. 2 mod 0, 2 mod 4. And it's the biggest digit, which is also interesting. And doesn't it have to go in the middle? Because otherwise, how are you splitting up the two odds? But then that's confused me. Because how do you split up the two odds? Have I misremembered the rules? Outer Japanese sums. The clues outside the grid are Japanese-style sum clues, indicating the sums of contiguous runs of cells within that row or column that have the same parity. And you are 0 mod 4 at 72, aren't you? 1 through 8 is 36, doubled is 72. If my maths doesn't check out at any point, please let me know. It's 72, which is 0 mod 4. So it has to sum to 0 mod 4, which this does not. So how on earth do you split up? Ah! No, but that's going to need 2 runs of even stuff. This is 0 mod 4. 3. It is mod 4, isn't it? If it wasn't mod 4, then that would be problematic. Come on, brain. I did. Well, I attempted a tricky puzzle to like get my head in gear, and then completely failed that one. So then did an easy one to warm up, but maybe my brain's just not there yet. It's too early for me. It's on the AM on a Sunday. Excuse me. I don't know if I've got to the mute button in time on that sneeze. So, because no, right, okay. Everything's fine. I think I've seen what's going on. The point. Wait, hang on, have I? Yes. Yeah. The point is, you can look something like this. And then what that makes is something like an 8 here, a 7 there, and whatever this is, 21. And now you've got an odd number. That's not 8. we can work that out as being 3 mod 2 at some point. You've got an even run of digits that also don't aren't 2 mod 4, but we'll work on that as well. And then you've got an odd run of digits. Right. So that was the bit that was confusing me, was how you'd have an odd run. Because you got the... I still don't know which way round this is. Of course, she wouldn't be nice enough to give us an order. I shouldn't use the word nice. This is the puzzle. This is what the puzzle is about. So it is what it is. It'll be a nice puzzle in its own right. So yeah, so and I'm just half thinking about this guy as well. The fact that that's a similar setup, and if they'd be able to pair up at all together. So how restricted is this in what order it has to be? You have to have... I'm just going to... And I need to think about ascending as well, perhaps. Oh, because the other interesting thing is, of course, you can't pick up both of those. Because that's... No, because your odds are this. Which is an odd number. That's an odd number, isn't it? So all your evens are together. And can they go in the middle? Have I misunderstood that? No, because the point is they'd then be an isolated set of evens, which would be 0 mod 4. And we need to get to 2 mod 4, don't we? So how does that work, I wonder? Those are all evens, those are all odds. So yes, we've got... So you've got to start with an odd, and you could start with a couple of them if you really wanted to. Maybe. Probably not, because then you'd have to have 3 in a row, because these are both odds. They're 3, 3, 2. It's quite nice, by the way, that you do get that first question mark quite quick, which feels like you've made some initial progress quite early on. I have to think about this sometime next, presumably. So yeah, so you got to start with an odd, and if we're assuming the evens are on this side. So could you be that whole region? No, because you're. So I think that has to be a 3. Yeah. You've got to take all the evens plus an odd. You can't take 3 odds because then you're just left with 1 odd left over. You're going to take exactly 1 odd, and we know it's 3 mods 4. So this is what I'm. Yeah, no, that's all fine. And then thinking, oh, this will be really small, but that's okay because, and I know that the 2 mod 4 is the biggest one. That's okay because it's actually picking up all of these 20 cells as well. So you've got all the evens and you've got a 3, and this would have to be 23. Then you must pick up 2 odds as a next thing out of 1, 5, and 7, and they've got to sum to something 2 mod 4, which does only work with 1 and 5. Because 5, 7 is 12, and 1, 7 is 8. So that has to be a 1, 5 pair, making 6. I'll leave those as small on the outside. Then you've got, and then you have just got a 7 on the end. So that's 23, that's 26, and that is 14, also 23, right. So they aren't strictly ascending. Sorry, I was just measuring bookworm again. Right, well that feels like I was actually like, that feels like quite quick progress. It's already been 22 minutes. Time flies when you're having fun. Good. Right. Cat camera is it's a bit washed out. Configure camera. By. Oop. That's slightly better, isn't it? Oh no, I think I'll leave it on auto because when it starts to rain, then everything will go funny. Nice. So this is how this top row looks. And oh god, it's not even necessarily a top row, is it? Yeah. But, and I don't know. A bit. I know it's got to have some stuff on either side, doesn't it? I'm now like rethinking. Is this actually true? It must be, mustn't it? That is. You need to have an odd. Because what I'm worried about is if you don't need that second odd over there. But the point is you need an odd-sized region into an even-sized region into an odd-sized region. And the even has to be touching the evens. So yes. And, oh, could... Can you split this up like this? There isn't anything wrong with that, is there? to... No, because it's... Yeah, because this has got to be odd. Sorry, I'm now second guessing the logic that I've done. This has got to be an odd region to have an odd number on the outside. Right. And I don't know which way round this goes. I do at least know that... Yeah, I should pink some still. Make some stuff pink, shouldn't I? Which in fact, I should have done, so I know that is the real group there. Because now we've got a bit of buffer on either side, which makes this potentially interesting. And I can now do all of that for sure. We got a little 3x3 that's definitely true. That's exciting. Oh, here's something else as well. That 0. Oh, no, wait. As well, do you like that 0 implies that these can't sit inside it? But I don't think that's true either, is it? Because if they did, then what on earth am I trying to say? If that 23 sat inside, for example, then it just needs another odd sitting inside as well. Yeah. Interesting. And I don't know which way around this goes. This could be entirely flipped on its head. So it could be 7. Oops. Little 7, big 7. 1 5 pair. But we do at least know some stuff. Well, not 32. 23. What's going on? We know how the regions sit. And we know how the ends are. So I don't think this can be part of it because of how the regions are. If that is the only way to divide the regions in the row of the inner 8x8 on a question mark 3-2 clue. So if this was part of the grid, then hey, you're right, thanks. Made it with 3 minutes to spare. Just about, or depending on when. I might have been distracted by the puzzle for a little bit. How's your Sunday going? So yeah, so if we're in this column, then you're going to have a repeat of these. But that doesn't work because of how regions work. Because if it was like the 7 has to be on its own. So then you'd close off the 7 entirely. And if it was this massive thing, it would have to be this massive thing again. And therefore, that's not how regions work either. Oh, there's going to be a lot of this in this puzzle where I've basically almost convinced myself that something is true. And then I start double guessing it massively. If two, three question mark. Yeah. It has to look like this. And no matter, it doesn't matter which way round it all goes, where it is up and down, if one of these lines up with it, it's going to be repeated, and you're going to either trap a 7 or you're going to repeat digits in a region. So that is excellent progress. Let me... Yeah, I can use this row because it's not really doing much, is it? 23. I don't know how that's all ordered. Whoops. But that's how our regions look. That's 1, 5 there. That is that row. And I'm just going to leave it as is for now. And I can pink all of this. Which means that I can do all of that as well. And we've picked up this guy, which is nice. That feels like good progress. And I was thinking I could even start to place some of these pencil marks. But I don't think you can really, can you? But this is good. This is good progress. So let's have a look at this now, because I know that this now is 0 mod 4. That's 2 mod 4, so the question mark is a 2. What's really nice as well, which is something I'm only just realising, is you are slightly guided by the question marks, because like this column, I feel like we're not going to know anything about it. For a long time because of the amount of question marks. It's a bit of a mental one. I've been saving it for a long rainy weekend, which we do now have. Well, yesterday was sunny, but we got the Monday now, don't we? So, if I don't manage to finish it today, which is quite likely, then I've got tomorrow spare as well. But we're making progress, and I did. So this is the second one of Bookworm's series in this. I solved her first one as well, so I've slightly got the logic a bit more in my head what goes on. But I've had to move the cat cam because the rules are a bit long. Hopefully they're all readable though. That looks okay, I think. Might be a bit hard on a phone, admittedly. And there's going to be probably quite a lot of this where I know something about a row, but I have absolutely no idea where it is exactly. So I'll be noting some stuff down in various places of the puzzle to see how that goes. And yeah, we don't really know anything about this. Oh, another thing I've just remembered is how, let's say the inner 8x8 did go all the way off to the left. Yeah, that's half of the effort, really, isn't it? If that did go all the way over to the left, the point is we're going to have to reach this clue, and you'd therefore have to fill out a bunch of stuff over here, meaning we'd need a whole bunch of regions split up inside the inner grid. But and of course you've got to hit this side as well, because that's 0 mod 4. So, but they don't have to line up. I was going to say you need. Oops, sorry. You're going to need a row where you've got at least 6 regions in this, but that's not true. I'm pretty sure. Here's another 2 through question mark. I didn't even notice them. It's because they're all. What am I trying to say? Like randomized, but that's not the word I'm looking for. Shuffled. That's more like the word I'm looking for. So, because I think I can pink this as well, which will be really nice to get that row. Because with the exact same. Oh, though. I mean, it'd be fascinating if that is blue. Because that would imply that you get this repeated column this repeated row in here, but flipped. And is there anything wrong with that? So if this was our grid, you'd have to look something like this. 1, 5, 3, 2, 4, 6, 8. Whoops. Close that off, close that off. There's a 1, 5 pair. There's a... That's too many 3s. 2, 4, 6, and 8. I think that would be okay. This escapes down here. That's plenty of space to get away. So I don't think we necessarily have to pick up that. It would be fun if we could prove that you can't pick it up. Because if you did... So I feel like book 1 wouldn't push the inner grid to the top. That's a bit of meta setter logic going on. So I feel like that's unlikely to be true. It'd be lovely if I could prove it, but it's probably in relation to this column clue, I suspect. Because is this one going to do anything yet? Maybe. Because again, there's interesting things that go on when you hit an odd and an even inside the inner grid. Let's go back to what I know is blue. And let's think about this, because this is a clue that we can say exactly what makeup is. That question mark is acting as a 2. Ah, the question mark's acting as a 2. Isn't that massive? Because of the whole odd even thing again. Yeah. This question mark has to have 2, 4, 6, 8 in its column in an order, so it can't hit the 2, 4, 6, 8 that's in this row, and therefore that cell is odd. And the even side is this side, which I can only put a nose to. But we've got actual real world pencil marks. Holy hell. And didn't I say it's a 2? So the 2, 4, 6, 8 has to be on the edge. Oh my god, you can't hit this. You actually can't hit the top there. If you hit the top there, that cell has to be 2, 4, 6, 8. And it would all be in... Oh no, do I know about regions? Yes, yeah. It would have to be, because if you hit the top now, then the problem is this cell... Oh, I keep on punching the mic. Sorry if that then comes through weirdly. If that's even... Sorry, if you hit the top, that's therefore even because of how that row has to be made up in this, and we know the evens are on that side in this case. This has to be even. The problem is that that's picking up a 2 mod 4, so you'd have to pick up all of the evens, meaning you can't have another even down here, meaning that they'd all have to be one massive region, else it's counting as an even region. So... yeah. If that would have to look like that, and they'd all have to be in the same region, else if that was cut off like that and that was a 2, you'd get another even down here, which doesn't work for the clues in this column. So it would have to, they'd all have to be like that, but because of this row, they all have to be like that attached as well. Right, I'm happy. That is true. You have to do quite a lot of backing up with the puzzle, don't you? So now we get this row. Massive. And I also know that the 2, 4, 6, 8 is all in one order and is all in the same region. No. That was only true if it touches an edge. Because you could have the 2, 4, 6, 8 like this, and a 1, 3, 5, 7, and then that could be a region, say. Because then that's an odd number, that's fine. How are you splitting up these odd numbers, though? Yeah, uh-oh. How on earth do you split up those odd numbers? Now I'm very confused. Wait, do they have to all be... all the... because this is... Oh god, is my logic about this row column incorrect? This felt like such good progress. It might all come crashing down. It would be quite funny because this is the first thing that I did. If that isn't the only way that question mark 3-2 works, I'll be very sad. But then so when I was looking at this, I was getting confused about how you broke up a bunch of odds, but that was only breaking up 2 odds. How the hell do you break up that many odds? Because 2 odds in a row can make an even. That's completely fine. Oh dear lord. 2 odds in a row can make an even. No, because... yeah, so if 2, 4, 6, 8 in a row mod 4 is just 0, so you have some 0 clues. So if it doesn't have any remainder, it's just 0 basically as a mod. So if you write out like all of these, then so those are just the numbers, and then the mod goes like that. The modulo just repeats 0, 1, 2, 3. So 20 just goes to a 0, or anything divisible by 4 goes to a 0. Question mark in column 4 would need to be a 2. Yeah. So we'd need 2, 4, 6, 8. It's because the outside clues are only picking up even digits. Sorry, the outside clues are counting your polarity stuff, your odds and your evens. And I've definitely done something wrong here, because I'm sure this column can't work with odds and evens. So that question mark would have to pick up all of your evens in a row, and then also some other, because you've got your 8x8 grid somewhere here. And then you've also got some extra clues that sit on the outside. So this might be a 2 or something to say that is a 2 region read from this side. If that makes sense. Hopefully. Because it's to do with got to look at all of the evens in a row. Which is why I'm now very unconvinced that this can be in a row, that this column can be part of our inner 8x8. Well, considering I'm 99% sure I've done something wrong, that might not be your best bet. Two, 3, 2 question mark. That's a dubious. 3, 2 question mark needs 3, 3, 2. That's 3. That's 2. That's 3, because that's 23. And that's 23, 6, and 7. Any odd digit in an outside clue has to be counting odds. That's the only way that works. The total sum of something on the outside the total sum of something on the outside is 1 through 8, which is 36, isn't it? Because it's 45 minus 9 doubled, which is 72. And also just that this is 0 mod 4, so that outside stuff has got the sum to 0 mod 4. That made this row not be allowed to be blue, because this is 1 mod 4 overall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which made this true. 2, 3 question mark. And there's not allowed to be gaps. No gaps between the clues, between clues or between a clue and the inner box. How the hell do you get this column to work? Unless it is something over here. So yeah, so let's go back to thinking about how question mark 3, 2 works. That has to be acting as 3, 3, 2. So you need... So all the evens have to be touching. And they can't be in the middle because it needs an even touching it again. So you'd have an even here and an even there. This has got to be odd at that point. And therefore, all of those have to be in the same region at least. You can't... Oh, God. No, you can't pick them all up because then you'd have an odd... You'd never have an even size thing. Can't pick them up like that because you need this even group there, which you aren't going to get with just a 1. So you have to have even group there. And because that's 3 mod 4, it has to be a 3 because 1 is 1, 5 is 1, and 7 is... Oh no, 7 is 3! Oh, my days. 7 is 3. Right. There's my mistake. Okay. Well, at least we've done some useful stuff alongside everything. Why did I not remember that? That's annoying. But that's fine. So this could be 27, which is where the order of these is probably going to be very interesting at this point. 27, 20. Oh, it's because I did think about the order, maybe. No, I'm probably just lying to myself, let's be honest. So, for a question mark 3-2 row, yeah, that just straight up can't be blue, can it? Which is a shame, really. So, where did I get to? Can't touch the edge because you need some clues on either side. I thought I did so much logic. Damn. So I can... Is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 from the top and 8 from the bottom. Right. This inner 3x3 is definitely inside. This row, this column, getting confused between the two now, is definitely not in our grid because it's got way too many odd stuff going on. You just can't have that many odd clues. They have to be broken up by some evens. So I can pingify all of that, which then allows me to do all of this as well. Which implies that this is inside. Now we know in this case, what I really want to be able to do is copy the whole thing of that and then just shift it over. I'm just going to annotate what these are, what they'd look like as outside clues over here. Let's make that yellow flash and that one orange flash. So yellow flash would be 27 into, sorry, that's just 6, into 26. Sum of all the odds, sum of all the evens, sum of all the odds, which is, so that's 16, 19. Then you got 23, 26 again. What's that? 17. So that is 3 mod 4. That's 2 mod 4. That is 3 mod 4. 3 mod 4, 2 mod 4, 3 mod 4. Wait, why is that 1 mod 4? Because my math sucks, doesn't it? $10, 16, 23. Right. So in the case where the 2's on the inside, you have to be orange because the orange is the one that's 2 mod 4, which is 26, has to be on is the biggest of them. So that one is orange. So this one's going to be yellow flash. So this one has got to look like that. However, because I know that all the evens are in the same region no matter what, this cell can't be even because then it would be picking up a whole bunch of evens in its row and its column. Hey, that's not a 9. As we are 8 by 8. So this is odd. And that implies that these are both even because this is that side of things going on. Which is interesting a bit, maybe, in terms of how these look, perhaps. Not sure. That can't be... Wait, this is orange flash. So that can't be a 3. But it could be a 1, 5, or 7. 3 sits somewhere in here. It can't be 1 or 5 either, can it? Because they are also both in that same group. Okay. We've got a 7. Got a digit. And what I'm just going to do is be a bit cheeky. Okay. Right. Everything's back on track, hopefully. So we've got a 7 here, which is even the edge of the grid, which is massive. It gives us a 3. Gives us 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay. Digits. What we like. Very good indeed. Massive progress. And because I know that this, let's draw some more regions in. I know that this column looks like this on its side. That 7's cut off, isn't it? Then either the 2, 4, 6, 8 sits like that. I can, because the 7 has at least 3 digits on either side of it. So I can blue all of this, and I can blue that row as well. Oops. Do a bit of that, do a bit of that, do a bit of that. So the 7 takes 2, 4, 6, and 8. Mark this as being yellow flashed. Oh, which means that this top cell is pink, at least, because the 7 can't reach up high enough. And I can pink all of this as well. And no, because the 3 on the outside, the 3 being the biggest, is just marking that we are the 27, 26, 19 case. Lovely. So I was wondering if I can pence mark anything, but not really. The 3 in this column goes either here or there, which might be interesting. And this is a 6. No, this is a 20. What? No, this is a 6. This is relating to that. Oh, I'm just completely confusing myself at this point. 23 and a 7. Oh, so this 6 is going to be massive for this, I think, isn't it? Right. What do I want to get rid of? Let's get rid of those pencil marks and that colouring. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Get rid of this at the bottom. Always forget that lines get deleted last. So, actually, no, let's I'm going to move that over here somewhere. So, oh dear. It's all going wrong now. 6 to 2, 4, 6, 8 into 7 to 1, 5, 3, and 3. So I know that this column here looks... Oh my god, it can't be like that because there isn't enough space. If I try to put the 2, 4, 6, 8, it's got to have these 2 clues on the top. So that doesn't work. Right. Oh my lord, we found our grid. I can't believe that. In under an hour. Let's go. Easiest puzzle of my life. It's definitely not true. Right. There we go. Look at that. That is beautiful. Sorry. Rescaling. Because we got should be that one. There we go. It's back. I really need to do some better cable management. I think that's a bit pushing our luck there. Wrappings. There's still a fair bit of work to do. But that's mega progress. More progress than I thought I might have at this point, which is excellent. Right. So, where do we want to look next? I might mark. Yeah. I can hear my other chap just outside the window as well, yelling. So he might come up and join us sometime soon, hopefully. We shall see. Right. This column, perhaps, I wonder? Because it's interesting that we've got a 6 here, but we don't actually know anything about if that is not mod 4 or 2 mod 4, unfortunately. So that might not help us out all that much. Oh, I can fill out this as well, can't I? That's a 6 here. That's a 27 there, and that is a 3 here. And then these are all don't have anything. Hello, hello, hello. I think we're making quite good progress, you know. Nice. What was I going to say? I'll ping you. I'll send you the link to watch back at the end. No, for about half an hour of this, I didn't realize there were 2 ways to make this row. I thought that way was the only one, I think. Or I think maybe this way was the only one. And therefore didn't think that the intersection between these 2 were correct. And then started getting completely confused about how that would therefore work. Nice. Have you got... Actually, I can check like that, can't I? If these are... so you haven't got answer checks on outside clues, but that doesn't really matter. In fact, I might make all those small if they're not answer checkable. I was very pleased when I put in that 7 and then clicked the tick mark and it said everything was fine. That was very good. Right. The other thing I might start to do a bit is notating where some of my regions are going to have to be built. I'm going to have to build... yeah, that's fair. That makes sense. I'm going to have to build some... I'm going to have to build 8 regions, aren't I? And these 1-5s are sort of interesting because they're different regions. About to ask what color I should not do inside the grid. That's probably light pink, and that's what I'm notating for this sort of stuff. So dark pink will have to grow somehow, and it's not connected to yellow. It's too far. That's too much, man. Nice. This might be more interesting than I thought, actually. Maybe. Right. Where do I want to look next? Let's have a think about this row. I don't think I've done much of that. That question mark's going to be a 1. And all my evens could be touching. Is that possible? If all the evens were touching each other, then... Because what I'm wondering about is how... But of course, you're going to have to split up some odds and evens anyway. if all the evens were touching each other, then how do you, are they, because you could have like a little even region there. That would be okay. Need to remember ascending order stuff as well. So that 223 question mark could be 2231. Or it is 2231. Oh, and so the 223 question mark is 2231. And that sums to 72. So I could potentially start to think about how big some of these things actually are. But it could be as small as like actually 2, 3, and then something ridiculously massive, couldn't it? It won't let me click on them, fortunately. Like if I click here and then click left, it just jumps me to the other side of the grid. Unfortunately. This might be a really old link. Because I didn't go via LMD. Yeah, you can do it on the current link on LMD. But I won't change over because I don't want to lose the time and stuff. Yeah, sorry. It's weirdly getting, even though I've now used some of the clues, it feels like it's now getting harder to see where to look next. There's more stuff opening up. I was about to purple that, which I could do, but it doesn't really help much. I suppose now I've got the inner grid. Yeah, you know what? Now I've got the inner grid. Let's get rid of that. Let's make those light pink, and that just gives me another color inside, so I don't have to use some of the darker stuff, which makes the numbers quite hard to see. So I think at that point I will do this just to annotate where numbers could be on the outside. Because, oh no, the point is you will get a lot of regions in this where you've already got a big region sticking out like that. That, I mean, not that you will get them, but you can very easily get them. Is more what I'm trying to say. Because on at least 3 of these, on at least 3 of these columns, there has to be at least 4 regions dividing up that particular column. But yeah, surely that isn't actually that helpful at this point. Let's go back to thinking about if all the evens in a line is possible. Because it's always nice the fact that they sum to 20 and it's therefore 0 mod 4. And therefore you'd have to have an even on the outside here. You'd have to have an even on the outside here. And at the moment you've got 2 things. So then if that were the case, because as soon as, yeah, I'm pretty happy that this is going to be not true. As soon as you're like that, you're going to have an even here. The problem with that is that you can't be looking like this row where there's only 3 regions. We know there would have to be at least 4 regions splitting things up, doesn't there? If that's even, the trouble is it could be talking about something like inside here. Oh no, if they're all even, which, no, I think it is useful to prove that they're not all even, because then it does tell you where your two mod 2s are, and possibly something else extra interesting as well, maybe. If they're, I'll do so much for this in this puzzle, where I'll just say the same statement or repeat and hope that my brain then makes the next connection. If they're all even, you gotta have an even here to make it not be 0 mod 4. I mean, they're already massive at that point. That's already at least 22, which is potentially problematic in terms of overall totals. But it is also probably fine, let's be honest. In fact, you'd need an odd here to get that big enough. Yeah, this just isn't going to work, is it? If that's even, then you got some big number of odds in a row. Can't make the next step. Because I'm confused about how I'm dividing up this on the inside at that point. If that's even, say you had an odd on the outside as well, that would imply that they're all in one massive region, and that only works when you then. So if we're that case, then that would be even, that would be odd. That would have to be a massive region. That would be a baby region. That would be a region on its own, which would put an odd here, which doesn't give you enough evens in the row. So that doesn't work. So that couldn't be even. So that you can't have all the evens all together. Oh, also because of orange. Yeah. Can't have all the evens all together on that side. Yes. Good. Happy. So, this cell is odd. If it were a 7, it couldn't be part of it, but it could be part of orange if it really wanted to. And all of your other evens are all together. So say they weren't. Ooh, if they're over here, that sums to 16, which is 0 mod 4. Oh god, hang on. Could your... No, this is counting evens in a row. Yeah. And you gotta have 2 groups of evens, 2 groups of odds. And the only way to make the evens are the 2 odd 2s. And also none of these are 0 mod 4 anyway. So this is even. Sorry, that's odd and that's even. And you know that the 3 evens that are together in this row have to be 2 mod 4, and therefore that is also 2 mod 4. Because if that's 2, they sum to 18, or a 6 sums to 14. Now, this is interesting. This is 2 mod 4, which implies that that's probably not even. I mean, it could be nothing. And that's quite useful. That's quite small. Here's another thought as well. That 223, this is going to cover up the rules a little bit, but I think it's worth it for the mo. Sorry, I'm not entirely sure when the did you prove this or trying stuff message came in. I think that these are all true pencil marks. But if I've done something wrong, then please let me know. That those 5 highlighted in dark green or so there's a very high chance I've missed the possibilities. Oh no. Right. Back to the drawing board. No, I'd much rather know at this stage. So if that's so I think I can disprove this setup. Especially because that is 0 mod 2 as well. So this would definitely be odd. Pink is odd, blue is even. It's going to be my notation for now. This would have to be even. So especially if that didn't have any fill. If this doesn't have any fill, then one of these is quite big, which is fine because that's can be quite small still. And just be sort of cutting this. Oh, what is interesting at least is in this instance, then that couldn't pick up any of those because it's picked up all the evens. The problem with that is, what I'm worried about is you can go odd then even. Can you go odd then even? And then say those 2 are the same. That's a region. That's odd. That's a region. That's even. That's a region. That's odd. That's odd. But both odds are bigger than both evens. Both runs of odds are bigger than both runs of evens. So that can't be. No, because that will be defining that. Let me just. I'm just going to put in some numbers. And just prove to myself that this does work. At this point. So I'm saying, saying that's a region. Calling that a region, make it like a, I don't know, an 8. No, because the problem with this is you get an even over here. Because then both of those would be 7s. Go back to this sort of setup. Odd. Oh, what if you... No, because I'm defining that. If that's even, and it's not defining just that, then you've got to go odd then even. That's defining that. That's got to be defining exactly that. That's got to be defining those two, and that's got to be defining that, which breaks this. Because then you've got an even number of odds making an even. Odd, even, odd, even. It's so hard to split up the difference between region groups and parity groups sometimes. Even, odd, even. Oh, that's odd. Oh, exactly. I was cutting it off there, and it cuts off to there. Right. So this does work. Interesting. And of course, I'd have to be a bit more careful about how this actually is set up, because the 8 obviously isn't true in things. Right. Also, apologies if that is is very heavily bifurcated, but I think that's the sort of steps you do have to look at with this. Okay, that setup works. Now, can I disprove the other setup? That's not a 2, by the way. Not necessarily. And that also was the only setup. Oh, I should have checked that more thoroughly if that was the only setup or not. Yeah, so if the evens were on the outside, then you'd have the whole problem with 1, 3, 5, 7. So the evens would have to go in the middle somewhere and be 2 mod 4. So they could be something like 2, 4, 6, which sums to 12. That does not work. Let's say 2, 4, 8. So that looks more realistic. So the other interesting thing is the odds here. You'd have to have either 1 odd or 3 odds. And the odds have to be bigger. This is maybe where you're able to prove it. So what's the smallest thing that's 2 mod 4 only made up of evens? It's 14. It is 14. It is 2, 4, and 8. The problem there is, oh no, that could be 7, 5, 3. So because the odds are bigger, you'd have to be 2, 4, 8 somewhere over here. That certainly couldn't be a 7. I feel like that can't be a 9. No, 5 even. So it would look something like this. Right, I'm gonna have to nip to Lou. I'll be back in like a minute or so. But we're on the progress train again, so that's good. Let me get rid of those, so then the thingamajiggy stays. But yeah, I'll leave you in Zoro's capable hands, Romo. Though sadly, it looks like you didn't manage to solve the puzzle while I was gone. What a rude catty. Is my mic? That's okay, isn't it? I've turned it up a little, so apologies if that then messed everything up. So, here's what I'm thinking about is 15 is 3 mods. Yeah, and 13 is one mod 4. So if we're in this particular case, oh god, hang on. Is that necessarily true that that has to be a 6? Because you could have an even there, couldn't you? If and that could be like 2, 2, 2, 4, 6. At least it would have to sit. It would have to sit over there. So here's one thing that this cell there has to be odd, no matter which way round we are. Which doesn't really tell you much about that column or anything, but so yeah. So I it's just a lot of possibilities that you have to make sure that you're careful of getting rid of all the ones that matter. We do now have both cats, but not enough space for them. So I can do I can do it like this. They each get the same screen time. Every deduction I make, I should swap the cat cams over. Anyway, so yeah, so you could in theory have an even on the outside, because this can grow a fair bit. So could that even be a 5? Yeah, because that could be 12, and that could be 137. Tricky. This surely has to be. I was about to say this surely has to be where we want to be looking, but considering how much I'm having to do here, I'm happy that this has to be odd. I can make that odd with just a simple deduction of saying either these are all evens in a row, and therefore that's obviously odd, or the evens are broken up, which implies that the odds that are sandwiched in here can't be all 4 odds, because that's 0 mod 4, which none of these outside clues are. So that is odd. But the thing I wanted to come back to was this. And the fact that where are you going to put all of your odd clues in this column? We've got to fit 4 odd clues up and down here that don't touch each other. So they're all going to have to be a single odd number. Yeah, this might... Well, I say this might do something. But because of how clues are sandwiched either side of the 8x8 grid, we don't necessarily know. Oh, but we do... Every in a Japanese sum clue is given. Must be filled in as numbers. And the point is, because you can only fit 2 odd thingamajiggies down here, you're going to have to fit 2 up here. And therefore, these are both numbers that are both odds. Let me just do corner pencil mark odd. And somewhere down here, you could have a gap. Yes, yeah. I was getting worried that the gap would allow multiple odds, but that's just not true. You could have a gap and what what on earth am I trying to say? Could have a gap and then the odd and then a gap and then an odd, or the odds like this. This even could be two evens in a row with a couple of odds there. There are multiple possibilities of how that all works, basically. Now, I bet you that has to be filled. Because what's cool as well is that can't be an even number. And then you'd get those couple of odds, which would be potentially interesting. Maybe. But anyway, what I'm now looking at is over here, where I know that. Oh, and another thing I need to be aware of is how this increases, of course. But yeah, what's interesting maybe is that both of these have to have numbers in them. So I'm going to mark that. Oh yeah, I'll mark things with clues in as dark purple, as purple on the outside. And that's starting to pick up some stuff here. I was getting worried why I knew that question mark was even, but it's because we got the 6 early on. So that should be fine. And yeah, need to be slightly aware of that 0 clue as well at some point. I'm counting this as a deduction. So yeah, so we got some clues here. And other things I was wondering about is how, if these odds are relating to the entirety of this side of the grid, if that felt likely or not. But I think we just don't really know at this point how those things grow. So it's entirely possible, but not necessary, particularly. Yeah, so that did a bit of work, which was nice. Is this feels way too unrestricted to help us out at the moment. Here's something. Oh, no, because this isn't necessary. If this is relating to that, it has to grow because it has to be bigger than a 6, because these are in ascending order. But that doesn't really mean anything. That could be a 7 or whatever. Which it's perfectly happy to be. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I've got 5 regions that I'm starting to grow. There's a 6. There's a 7. No, that could be part of that. Damn. So yeah, so I want to go back to this. And I think it would be incredibly useful if I could prove that this cell here had to have a number in it. That couldn't be light pink. Oh yeah, I've written that twice because that can't be a region on its own. So that region comes down. So if this cell didn't have a number, then of course you've got at least 2 regions here. you could, in theory, have exactly 2 regions. No, surely all 3 of those have to be filled. Because how... Because at the point where this is just 2 regions, which will be, well, everyone starts over here, and orange, these cells just get trapped immediately. There's no way that 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's no way that they grow in a way that is helpful. That doesn't trap a bunch of cells down here. No. No. So if light green didn't have a number in it, then all of these would have to be filled. Why might that be an issue? The first one, it could be even and grow, because that could be like a 1-5 as well. Don't forget about that. It's always odd. If no, I was about to be like, if this isn't, yeah, no, this is something actually, isn't it? If this doesn't have a number, I think that has to be even, because sorry, that this can't be even, because if this doesn't have a number, this can't be even. Because if that were the case, then the clue that's the odd outer Japanese sum would just pick up this one cell. Then at this point, because you know those two twos have to sum to at least 20, because the even digits in the 8x8 sum to 20. So there we go. If so, in fact, the minimum, the three clue minimum is at least it's only 11, but it's still 11. 11 is fine, and the question mark clue min is actually that's quite a bit bigger. The question mark clue has to be at least like 84. I mean 84? No, I mean 72. 72 over 4. Like 18 odd. Oh, excuse me, sorry. So it can't be 17, but I think it can be 21. If it were 21, then the 18 would have to be... sorry, the 3 would be 19. The 2 could be 18, and the 2 could be 18. What does that sum to? That's 40. That's like 76. So yes, you got enough space if that is 21, but they can't be smaller than 21. Oh, sneezy. So the 3 clue is at minimum 11. Question mark clue is at minimum 21. And I could put a maximum on the 2s, but I don't think they're that useful to do. So going all the way back, if green is not clued, then the odds have to grow. The problem with that is that implies that the evens all have to be together, because otherwise the evens went there. Was the only way that worked, I think. Yes, because the odds, you'd have to have at least 3 odds. They'd have to all go there. So in the case where green doesn't have a digit, you get all the evens on this side and all the odds over there. That's going to be an issue because all 3 of these would have a number. That would sum to 20, which is 0 mod 4. So then that would be an even. Then that would be an odd, and that would be an even. Even, odd, even. But that seems like that would work. Why would that work? That would be like even, talking about that even region. That odd would be talking about that even. No, because then, of course, sorry, all of these have to sum to an even number, so they can't go even, odd, even. That just doesn't work. So, all in all, that cell has to be filled, and therefore, none of these are, none of those are. That is odd. Corner pencil mark. That is odd. That is odd. And that's therefore got a number. That's therefore got a number because, again, that can't be a whole region on its own. More progress. Nice. This does at least have, orange has to reach at least as far across to this because it needs that 1 or 1 or 5. Which goes somewhere else. Good. And again, if that is only 2 regions, that's not all that interesting because this row and column sees up to no clues. If that were only 2 regions, surely it traps. It might be okay actually. That takes 2. So it'd have to take 6 extra. Take it. No, that doesn't work. So that is filled. If this is cut off like that, you'd have to take 8. And then you can't 1, 2, 3, 1. Yeah, you've got to have 2 8s, yeah. So this row has exactly 3 regions. Is that the same up here, by the way? This has got to be dark pink, hasn't it? Because if this is 3 regions... Oh, no, because that can just look like that. Yeah. No, because of this odd. This can't just come all the way across. If this is exactly 2 regions, then red is just trapped because of this odd. So that's also exactly 3 regions in this row. It's interesting being 8 by 8. I don't do a lot of 8 by 8s. And then all the maths goes out your head, doesn't it? Right. So why couldn't it be the case that the evens are split up here and the odds across there? Why would that be a problem? I think that's the next. Even though, I mean, I've got an odd here, which actually is potentially interesting now. Because if you were in this case, then those two would sum to an even number, which would be an issue. And therefore, this would have to be another odd cell, odd region, odd-sized region. And the reason I'm worried about that is I've got all of your odds and all your evens. Why wouldn't this work? This is at least 14. So this has to be at least 15. It would have to be 15. So that would be 14, that would be 15. Which works with the order that these outside clues are in. This... Oh, but this could just be a region that grows. Even odds. And then this could be massive. Because this all works. That's 15, which is... it's 3 mod... 3 mod blinking 4, it works. It's not something obvious that I'm not seeing. Why this couldn't be the case, is there? Because, I mean... If this cell was even... If this cell's even... Then... Oh, no, hang on. Because... These two can't be more... Oh, they could be more odds! Calm, brain, keep going. They could just be more odds. That could be like a 1 region on its own, then a big odd. 1, 2, 3, 4 odds. And that also just works. Unless there's 0. No. Right. So, in this particular instance, because of the 0 clue, which I need to be aware of, that would be a problem, because that couldn't be a whole bunch of odds. That would then be an odd 4. So... But what? And this can't be 2 regions, so this would be a digit. If it was an even digit, which it has to be, that doesn't work because... Oh, what if there were lots of even digits? No, because it's got to be less than 15. And... what am I trying to say? So this has to be... What if it just wasn't anything? That... I thought that worked, didn't it? Yeah. No, because this can't be 2 regions. This has a number. If it's an even number, then... Or what basically I'm asking, can... No, it has to be an even number. And But that could just be a 6. No, it can't be a 6 on its own because then that sums to 12. So it couldn't own if. Because again, these just keep going. And if that was 6, if then that was another even number, then at that point, you're just having way too many problems because you're at least 6, add 3, add 5, add another 6, which is way too much. So that would have to be an even number on its own, which again can't be 6 because of the 2, and can't be all of that because that's way too much. 12, that's 15. So in all of that, let's back it up. I think I've ruled out the possibility of this setup where you've got these 3 evens over there. Are you still around, Bookworm? Are you happy for me to take that as a deduction? Or should I look for something nicer? Because admittedly, that was a lot of pencil marking. And case checking. And such. See, you're not on. I managed to find it the other day. Activity feed. Nope. Users and chat. It looks like you're not around. So I'm afraid that is the logic I'm going to take for the time being. This is interesting, by the way. That's purple, and that's also purple. That's starting to be quite a lot of purples in this column. But anyway, we now are definitely in this setup. So these are all even, and therefore that's even. Also, that's a region on its own. Is the other also I want to say. And therefore, because now, but now this is massive. How is this so massive? Oh, I'm really annoyed because I should have noted down when I found out how this worked. But I was also a bit worried that I had missed a possibility. So let's see if we can prove that. So if that was even on its own, those two would be the same. Which is never going to be 2 mod 4. So that's definitely a blue, a dark pink cell. At this point, we know. So these are the evens. That was another even. Then you'd have to have an even on the outside here. Which I feel like shrinks this a bit, but might be okay. Oh, also if no, because I now need an even that's picking up that even, don't I? Because that's just an even on its own. So yeah, so you get if this was the outside cell, it would be yet another even. I think the problem with that is if this is the furthest right dark pink, it's another even cell. And those two would just be the same cell. that means that any run of odd digits has to be at least 2026. Has to be at least 27 or greater. Actually, there's a massive restriction on what they can be. So if this was even, if this was the end, then that's a big old run of evens. This odd has to take an odd number of these cells, so either 3 or 1. If it took all 3, that just straight up doesn't work, because then you don't have space for the other even. It would have to take exactly one of them. So now this becomes quite small, because at that point I then need to take 2 evens. And what am I trying to say? So that's at most 16, at most 23, which is less than this. Right. So this cell is also filled. And there's at least 4, or at least 3 region borders along here. And this is even. And this is, whoa. 2, 4, 6, or 8. Those 2 cells are the same. And again, I don't think that can be even for the exact same reason as you'd have to... Oh, God, hang on. That could have been bigger than I thought, couldn't it? Because it could be picking up all of this stuff. Uh-oh. Right. If this ends here, those 2 are the same. And then, like, those 2 could potentially just be the same. That's at least 26. But this odd could be all of that, which is 14, 21 already. So that could be a massive odd. Or that could be 21. Which then does make it big enough. But the odd on the end is the problem. Yes. The odd on the end is the problem. Right. I tried to redo, but that doesn't work. So again, if that's an even cell, then you've just got way too many evens all in one massive row. That'll be even. Yeah. So this is an odd cell. And, whoa. That's from 2, 4, 6, 8. That's from 2, 4, 6, 8. That's from 2 or 6. And that's also from 2 or 6. Nice. This, whoa. This has got to go along like that. I'm just going to mark like this for the time being. To be that odd cell. And it's got to be at least 22. Which this probably is already. Yeah, that could be basically as big as it wants. And it could take all of those cells, but doesn't have to, basically. Because if it took all of them, then those 2 are just the same. And that's fine. If it took... Because I was wondering that if you could have more odds. If you had another odd, you'd have to have 2 more odds. And then that would be broken up. Yeah, that just doesn't work, does it? 2 more odds. Making an even. No, that's 3 odds. So then those 3 are just those 3. That's probably okay. Haven't we got this even? We got this even stuff. Sorry. We got this even region, which has to be those 2. That's the only way that works. That has to be a 6. Let's get rid of that. So you've got an even, which is that. You've got an odd, which is that. You've got an even, which is that. And you've got an odd, which is exactly that cell. Right. Oh, I haven't done. Have I done? Is something else incorrect? Oh no! Oh no! Expected, to be fair. The 223 question mark row again. I have only just finished this, so if it's very so it might not be too much backtracking. I'll check. Is this setup okay from here? Uh-oh. Are the pence marks inside the grid okay? I was pretty convinced that had to be true. Oh no. But now I'm slightly confused because I thought the only other setup was that. And I thought we had ascertained that was. It was from disproving this that I did in a very bifurcated way. But might well have missed a possibility. Oh god. There's a third? Wait, why on earth did I think that... Oh, I'm such an idiot. Why on earth did I think that... Okay, that's... Yeah, I thought that was probably the case. For some reason, I thought either all of these touch each other or none... Or none. Yeah, but you can have something like that, can't you? Right. Back to the drawing board slightly. I'll check that this is okay. Those 4 being odds. Okay, nice. Coming up to an exciting moment on the clock timer, by the way. It's about to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yay. It's the little things in life, isn't it? Right then. So I mean, I spent a lot of time on this because it feels like the next place to look. But it also feels like I've tried a lot of things with it. So maybe there's something else I can do to somewhere else in the puzzle that might help us out a bit more. Annoyingly, that being a 6 on its own means that these aren't necessarily all that big. They could be 7s and whatnot. So that's not going to be all that helpful. This 0 clue implies that one of these is broken up into 4 with an even digit here, which I suspect isn't going to happen on this row. But I don't want to. I want to have a break of looking at this, because I'm not seeing if this is the next step. I'm not seeing the straightforward thing that does that for you. But also, though I will, I'm content that that is odd, because if that's even, then you get all the odds touching each other in the middle, and then they're not. They're going to be 0 mod 4. So, I mean, some of these regions have to, some of the columns have to have a lot of regions in their column, but that's surely not helpful yet. I wonder if that's even still true. Yeah, that's definitely still true. Because of how many evens you need in here. So I'll hide it for now to get rid of that. Is there? No, because again, these don't have to be that big. I was worried about getting too big all the way along these. They are all filled. I mean, this isn't going to do anything for you in its current state. I doubt that can. Far too many question marks and no information at all, basically. Right. It's just got to be this row. There's no other information that you can gain. But the annoying thing is that I feel like I've been able to sort of go quite deep into it without seeing what would break. Right, let's disprove that this can't be dark pink. So I feel like I've done something again. If this were dark pink, it would be even. And this would need an even number of odds before it hit an even. No, it could, because it could be 3 odds, and then those two just pick up those two. So if they're all brain's getting a bit mushy. I was convinced I'd manage this all today. Getting less convinced. Although we made some excellent progress early on, it has just slowed down a lot. So it started getting a bit more nuanced. And these, I was just wondering about if these odds had to something quite big, but they don't particularly at all. Right. I should be able to rule out that not being light pink. I'm pretty sure that cell has to have an outside clue. Because if that's not true, if that's not dark pink, then that's going to be odd with its region extending like that. meaning all the evens are together. That would be odd. Because of this clue being odd. The evens would all be tucked in together. And then that's all your evens. So you're never going to have any evens left over. So we're either going to be, and we're going to have exactly 2 regions, which breaks. Okay. That is a purple cell. That definitely has a clue describing it outside the grid. Now, at this point, can I say something over here? That's dark purple. Maybe, if unlikely. As soon as this is even, that's a region on its own. And you'd start with an even number here, which would be going towards the 2 mod 4. If that's even. No, but I think that is the case. I think that is even. So I should be not trying to rule that one out. If instead this is odd, you have to be 3 odds in a row and then you have to be 3 evens. It would be really lovely if I could rule out that. Because that would, in a straightforward way. That would be a good thing to rule out. Evens here. And odds there. What's the problem with that? This is at least 14, so that would have to be 15. That would have to be 3, 5, 7, and 1. And that has to be 14. Has to be 2, 4, 8, and 6. 3, 5, 7, and 1. 2, 4, 8, and 6. But it all just works. I mean, that is interesting, because then this would have to be odd as well, because the dark purple on the outside has to sum to 36, and you ain't getting any more odds because you already got your two groups of odds in the row. Also, this sums to 15, which is 3 mod 4. So this would have to be the 1 mod 4, which would be bigger, which is fine. It can be. So this would be even, and would be 2 or 6, and that's where it breaks down, because it can't be the first thing, because then these wouldn't be 2 mod 4. And if it grew, what's wrong with it just growing though? And then these would both be like a 2 or a 6 or whatever. And then that could be a 6 maybe. Those two are the same. Hmm. 15 here. Into. But these. I'm getting myself completely confused of how that relates to the parity, and it relates in absolutely no sense of the word at all. At least one of these would grow. Is that the interesting thing? Because they can't just be 2 regions. If that grows, Oh, but this is something to an even number. This would grow. This would have to be another odd there. And it would have to be exactly 2 of them. So exactly 2 odds here. However many is going on over there, but that could be those as odd. That could be an odd on its own. That could still be an even and an even. Because that also had to grow, didn't it? Because otherwise that's 2, 6. So that would be defining this. That would be defining that. Which eight? No, 8 and 2 2s. Yeah, but this is definitely pushing my luck. So in this case, you'd have to be like that. And I think that makes this run of even digits too big. No, it doesn't. That's fine. 8. No, that would have to be 2 mod 4. So that could be like a 10. Pair of 2s. Know what I'm on about. This is a 10. And that's like a 3, 7 or something like that. $18, $24, 14, 15, and then basically whatever, and then your regions are split up like that or like that. It doesn't actually matter. So there must be another interaction going on that means that something breaks. And it might be me. 262. Oh no, I've lost what I did there. Was there something potentially that that row did look like it worked as it was, didn't it? I think. Right. Fair. Yeah. I'm definitely not looking in the right place at the moment. Yeah. So there's more, because at least at that point I've sort of ruled out being able to do a deduction only using that row. So I'm going to have to broaden my mind a bit more and look somewhere else. This thing here, is this going to be more interesting than I think? Because you've got I probably could all just be the evens in the row. Again, actually, can I? That would be fun. Would be to rule out that possibility. Because at that point, even yeah, it's 5. If if the evens aren't entirely all on this side, then this column has something interesting going on with it, maybe. Sorry, I've no idea what the am I sure about is relating to. Sorry. The answer is probably no. I am not sure, but so either the evens are split, and you can't split evens like that because then you go even, odd, even, odd, even, and then there's got to be at least 5 clues on the outside. That I'm sure about. Yeah, we just get 0 information relating to this, don't we? Surely. Hmm. I think if the time reaches 150, I'm still going around in circles. I'll ask for a hint of where to look next. Because I'm a bit stumped at the moment. You're starting to get some cells that definitely clued in here. But again, they're not going to tell us anything, I don't think. Especially because we know nothing about that row. This red has to come down. It can't just go all the way across. And I know this might be interesting. So this red comes down at some point into row 2. It's going to leave that cell. Let's just make you dark green for now. And those are exactly those 3. So yeah. So that implies that these 2 are the same region. So I hadn't really started to think about region building. Annoyingly, that can be yellow. If it is yellow, then red would have to do that. The 157 here. These cells would all be pink. But then, like, those 3 cells could all be the same. And I think that works with the region building. If green's not yellow, is that also problematic? Of course, red. Oh god, can red and no, red and light green can't be the same because else it traps that. So I mean, I could do something like that and say that's either pink or red. In fact, all of these cells, they can't be another colour. They're either green or red, and therefore I can pink all of this. That is exactly 2. And the other one is also odd. It's getting a bit confusing, but I think I do want to do that. Well, not with that colour. Like that. That could be green. But that can't be light pink. So if that's green, they're all green. Meaning red will take a fair bit of this. Because of course, also that cell's got to be pink. No, because pink could jump up and over. Just thinking about, oh my god, are these 3 regions complete? Oh, count your regions, Joan. Those are exactly 3 regions. Oh, but what if green was yellow? Yeah. Oh no, because then this jumps up. Right. But this is potentially doing something. Either dark green is yellow, and therefore looks like that. Red comes across the top, drops down into that cell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And pink does this. And then green would do... No, I've miscounted somewhere. Sorry, I am just going to mark this as it is. Yes, pink needs an extra cell, doesn't it? So if this cell isn't pink, then you end up with a problem. Because if it's not pink, it's not red and it's not green, obviously. And these 3 don't make up that whole region. So then yellow would do that. Red would have to do that. Pink would take all of these and some other cell, and therefore green would have to be the thing that comes in and saves some of these cells. So I'm happy that that cell is also pink. But it feels entirely possible that that's yellow, that's green with a doodad down here. That would be a 1-5 if that were the case. Yellow, red, pink, green. Surely that doesn't work for some irregular region stuff. Those 2 cells are the same. They're probably just 1 and 5. That would be a 1 and 5. That just looks like that works. And is there anything wrong with how I know any of these things are set up that would be problematic one way or the other? I wonder. I mean, that's pretty crazy. So that's already 4 regions. Because your other option is these don't come up at all. And therefore at that point I'm not sure if I can say anything else. Like that cell would be dark. That cell's always dark green as well, because it's either dark green and yellow and they're the same, or these three are all at the top, and therefore that's the only cell that can reach that one. It is 150. Yes, please. Is it? Is it this? Is it this row? Is it going to be something completely random? Well, oh no. Oh no. I felt like I was actually doing something up here again. And is it the case that you can do deductions just using that row? It feels like I've found setups to that row that work in multiple ways. Yeah, that is always the good thing about doing this sort of stuff, because although you might not be able to use it at this stage, you surely can later on down the road, which is good. You can get stuff only using that row. All right. Does what I'm trying to do is in my head sort of go through the various things that I've looked at here and remember if there are any what's the word that I'm looking for, like crossovers where something happened to be true in both cases and therefore might always be true, and therefore I might be able to disprove something. Right. 7, 2, 4, 6, 8. Because what? Just wondering about how this region grows. If no, I didn't think so. I did feel like not something that you'd build into your puzzles. But I was getting a little lost, a little confused. Right. I know there are at least at least three, sorry, outside clues for this particular row. I know the sum sums to 72. That question mark is acting as a 1. Got some minimums and maximums on how these clues can be acting. If at any point the odds are in the middle, if at any point the odds are in the middle, so they're not all attached to one side, then because I feel like I'd much rather disprove something where they are all attached to one side. But If they are in the middle, then there are exactly 3 of them. And they'd either sit here or there. There's a couple of options. I can't. Oh, they could sit here as well. Here, there, or there. So that would always be odd. Maybe this is always odd. That's even. Then they'd all be even, they'd all be odd. Because the problem I feel like I might have with that is how this gets trapped. Is though, is that? I don't think those 3 could be even. Oh, they just can though. Aye. Um. We've got 2 odds touching each other at this point, so at least one of these 2 cells has to be odd. Because otherwise that sums to an even number. If that's even, that's odd. If that's got a number in it, it's even because of the 0 clue. Therefore, that has to be odd, and these 2 are part of a region. You need to have at least 4 regions along here. Not seeing any problem with that at all. Why can't I see a problem with that? Random thought, by the way. I don't think that can be clued. Oh, I probably can. How? Yeah, how would you break that up into 4 pieces? Because in the case where that was yellow, that doesn't happen. And red. Yeah, I'm red. Yeah. I think I'm very content putting those 2 in. Because in the case where dark green is yellow, it's all forced. That's the shape of green and whatnot. And in the other case, so maybe that is. But then I know nothing about this row, unfortunately. And then in the case where everything is taken up with those 3, you can't, because this is then touching an edge. It's like the same at the top here. You can't have more than 3 colours, else something would have to connect over something else and trap it. Yeah. So exactly one of those 2 is dark purple, which might help. And it would be awesome if it was. Well, let's say it would be awesome. It would do something, maybe, hopefully, possibly. If this were even. Sorry, even though you've told me that I can do stuff here, I'm still going back and thinking about, like, if that was yellow, then that would be a 3, but Let's color this cell. And let's think about how annoyingly that looks like that could just be a region. The 157 here. So what I wanted to think about was how either of these things grow. Orange needs a 3, which it gets from somewhere down here. So if orange does grow, then that cell would be odd. But I don't know if this would be odd or even on the outside, because that could be an even and then 2 odds if it really wanted to. Or two question mark 223 question mark 2231, and those are what they can be. And you could put a maximum on one of these if you wanted to, but that's not going to say very much, because the max is like what, 72 over 3, 24. Hang on. If all the evens are in a row, then it can't be 26. That's too big. It has to be exactly 22. If all the evens are exactly 22, your 2 question marks at that point are big things. 22, 23, and 25. And then you'd need like a 2. Yeah, hang on a minute. I think I'm just being very silly. If these are all even, then that's at least 20 as an even group. And the problem with that is your biggest even number can be a 22 for that sum to work. That's 60, 70. Yeah. That would put a 2 on the outside. So I know somewhere along here there's a 2 region, but it needs another 2 on the outside for this clue. So that seems like a straightforward step to say, and therefore the evens are on their own in the little island, and therefore the odds are in the little island as well. But one thing I hadn't considered is like these 2 sized islands, because I thought this had to be at least 15 and this had to be 14. But in this case, this could be like an 8 and that could be a 9. And in fact, no, because it has to be exactly 3 odds in a row. So if that were even, you could have your 3 odds there. You could have your 3 odds there if you wanted. But I do at least know that you've got a little island of odds in the middle. And what that means is that's not pink and that is purple. Okay. Right. Because then that would be another even, and then you'd have 3 even groupings in the row. On that note, I need to nip to the loo again, but I'll be back in a minute. I've made another step at least, so we're good. We've made something. We're back. I also went and grabbed a cereal bar for a bit of brain food, which I swear, since the last time I bought them, feel like they've shrunk about half the size and stayed the same price. Oh, sucks. I'll try not to eat into the mic though. So, the other thing we can maybe think about is the fact that, oh yeah, hang on, you've got a group of evens here, a group of odds there. This can't be done in 2. This is definitely purple, because otherwise you'd have to be done in 3, and then they'd all be odd, and that sums to 36, which is not an odd number. And in fact, for the exact same reason, because we aren't getting any more odds, we have to have exactly one more odd. So I think I can do all of this. So you've got 2 odd-sized regions, and then some number of even-sized regions on this side. I've taken a really big mouthful, so I'm having a bit of a break while I chew. Sorry. Right. So that's looking like a lot more progress, which is lovely. This could still, in theory, be part of that one there. But of course, because of how... Oh, hang on. The group of odds have to be 3 odds. This has to be even. Yeah. And that has to be odd in the middle. Yeah. So either those 2 are the same, that all that region extends. That's a very obvious statement. So I've got my group of 3 odds, which is not necessarily relating to that, but it is relating to either 3 or question mark. And it's going to be the smaller of the two, because that is at most 357, which is 15. And it has to be, one of them has to be a lot bigger than 15 for it to work. So what that means is this has to be very big. This has to be at least, I mean, if we maximized everything for 15, you could be like 14, 14, 15, which is 28, 33, 43. So 29 is the minimum of these cells. So the minimum of these are 22. The maximum that can be is 14. That feels like that would be quite big to be 14 on that side, to be honest. If of course this could be an even on its own. And I need to be wary, of course, that these evens I'm willing to say that this has to cut off there, because if it doesn't, then that is odd, and that's our odd triple there. Those two couldn't just be on their own, because then that's not 2 mod 4, that's going to be 0 mod 4. Yeah. If this is cut off, oh no, what am I on about? I think I wanted to disprove that this can't be even. No, but no, it is. Because what I did beforehand was apparently incorrect. If this does extend, that is odd, and therefore it extends a second time, and exactly a second time, because it's going to be an even number of things. So either it cuts off there, or it cuts off here. And if it does cut off there, then both of those are odd. Giving you, that would have to be that odd or that odd. Basically, that is the sum of those two. If it extends out, it extends out to there, and therefore that sums to that. Which looks like that should all just work. Just about all right. Or it doesn't extend. Which then doesn't really tell you anything other than that's also purple. If it doesn't extend, then that is also purple. That is very true. If it doesn't extend, So if it doesn't extend, yeah, then and if it doesn't extend and that was light pink, then here you go, Chad. I'll show you the full extent of the rules. I still feel like we're still on track for the target time. Maybe not much has happened recently, but we're getting there. We're getting there. If this doesn't extend and that was pink, then those two would just be the same number, and that wouldn't. Oh god, no, because that could be even. Ay. So if it doesn't, I've repeated so many phrases so many times during the solve. If it doesn't extend, then either that is even or that is purple. I assume, by the way, there is still more I can get out of this line, and I think I would quite like to know the answer if I'm at this point barking up the wrong, just looking at wrong things, or if this is still. Oh my god, that can't be yellow. Because if it were yellow, that would be odd, and that I know that is even. So those two are different colours, which is the least useful deduction. But we'll take it. We'll take it. I really want to put in like an EIEIO thing going on there. Hey, Ambrose. You one of the souls for this? Do I half remember? Oops, it's not on. It's done. Ah. Oh, Ascension, I think was who I was thinking of. Also began with A. So yeah, so right. That was a good bit of progress. Nice little step. My only other problem there for Bookworm is the fact that I don't know if what else I can where because I feel like I've looked at other stuff as well. But maybe I can now do some irregular things, given that this yellow is not the same as that dark green. Because there's interesting cut-off stuff. That yellow, I should really make that dark green a different colour. Let's try dark blue. That yellow could be those 3 cells of dark blue. That would be allowed. If that is the case, then that does that. That does that. I'm still feeling like there should be something just obvious. The fact that this doesn't work. That takes a. If dark blue is yellow, then this was the digit I was wondering what was happening to. The 7 here. If dark blue is yellow, then the green needs a 7, but the 7 does just get found down here. So that should be okay. Just having a look at this, with that being even and that being odd, and how that might affect things. So you can probably like stick a couple of prongs of yellow pointing down if you wanted to. Green can come down, throw some shapes like that sort of thing. That should all be okay. Well, of course, we know more than just that this is even. This is 0 mod 4. Which, holy hell, can... Oh, you can get 1-7 with yellow. Ah. I was really hoping that, like, that cell couldn't be yellow. But also the fact that you kind of want it to be the case. I suppose... Have I properly thought about question mark 3, question mark, with that sort of setup? Because obviously you're going to get a lot of region borders happening at that point in those top four rows. It's kind of annoying with things. Can't call it annoying. With things like that odd, because that could be counting as the left clue or the right clue, and we really won't know until the puzzle is done. It doesn't give you any information there, sadly. And don't forget, of course, that 3. Right. We have an odd. We have an odd digit. We have a split up of our evens. Praise the Lord. That is very good. That is what we wanted to see. So, in this column now, the evens are broken up. If this was even, then those 3 would have to be even. And that could be very interesting. If this is even, those 3 are even, and those 4 are odd. And that, oh no, that doesn't immediately break because these are all question marks. It's interesting though that becomes a run of odd digits that sums to an even number. But yeah, we really don't know. But you know what it does mean is the odd. Oh my god, that doesn't work. Right. So if this is even, then you can't have an even in there because then you get 3 groups of evens, and like there's going to be 5 outside clues at that point. So if that cell's even, then those 3 are also even. The reason we don't like that is that sums to an odd number. That sums to an even number with the odds, so it isn't counting towards that 3 clue. And the odds on the outside, of which there's only 1 group, has to sum to an even number, else your outside sums would sum to an odd number. Therefore, that doesn't work. So this is also odd. Now, I reckon that 3 is going to be on its own. Probably. If the 3 wasn't on its own in terms of odd numbers around it, again, that would sum to an even number. And don't you just end up with the same problem? It's like if that's odd, those are all even. That sums to an even number, and then you couldn't make it even. Yeah. So that 3 is on its own, and there's going to be something interesting with the ascending order of these clues, and that 3 probably. The odds all have to be together as well, of course, because if that's odd, then you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups. So that is a 1, 5, 7 here, and a 2, 4, 6, 8. Very nice. So if we oh, yellow stops there. Wow. Okay. Now I was about to be like, if we did have an odd clue as an inner Japanese sum, it would have to be down here, which it is. There is a 3 somewhere along here. It can't go at the bottom, but they can go potentially a lot of these spaces. If that 3 is relating to that single 3, because of course this. Oh no, what am I on about? These. If that's a 3, say, then those could only be even digits because the even's above it. So there's a 3 here, which I'll just do like that. That is that relating 3. And now this can't be yellow. If this is yellow, then you have to have 3 clues above that 3. So these are different colours. And that closes off all of that. These, yeah, there's at most 2 colours here. And in fact, there has to be exactly 2 of them, doesn't there? Because otherwise you're going to be trapping something. Yeah. I can purplify both of them. If that region has got to come down like this, because otherwise it's going to be an even on its own. That also can't be cut off because then it's an even on its own at the bottom, and that can't be cut off. So that is one big old region, which I should therefore be able to colour a new colour because I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make it red again because I know it's not part of that top red region. Because it's not green, it's not orange, and it's not this colour. It's too far away. Oh god, it can be. It can be part of green. No, it can't because that's trapped. Check that last deduction. Uh-oh. Evens. Can't have another even. These are all odd or nothing. That sums to an odd number overall, which is good. You can't break it up into an odd. Oh, but you can. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. I've seen what you mean now. You can break it up like this, of course, can't you? Yes. Yeah. So I wonder if it is the case. Let's get rid of those 2. So these 2 are at least light pink, which might do something over here potentially. Let's have a think about ascending order quickly. This is a digit on its own. Oh yeah, and I said that this splits in 2, which implies that can't be light. Oh no, because then both of those could be red. Splits into exactly 2. So this is going to be a big old thing of evens. that's going to be a big old thing of odds. So therefore that has to be 2 on its own, because you need something smaller than the 3 clue, which is no. Because the problem is that 3 could be acting as that top question mark, couldn't it? Do we know the... Yeah, we know the total. Wait, do we know the total of this? Right, no. So, because this is at least 15, we know this group of odds. In fact, it's way bigger than 15, but if it's at least 15... Hang on, I've done something slightly funny here. That should be like that, shouldn't it? Because that 3 is relating to that. And then those 4 cells is either 1 region or 3 regions. So what I was trying to get at was this is a very big group of odds. So that's bigger than this. If this related to that 3, then those are both smaller than it, and that's not true. So this definitely does not relate to that 3. That has to relate to that 3. So that has to relate to that smaller question mark. That is a 2. Nice. Trying to work out if we know any irregular stuff with the fact that these are all trapped up here, but I'm pretty sure not at all. If they were one big region, that just immediately breaks because of this, doesn't it? Because that's what, 15 cells, and then you need to fit 2 8-celled regions in it. So they are definitely split up. 157, 157. That is either 3, 7, or 9. Interesting. Very interesting. That could be orange jumping around here, couldn't it? Green? Yeah, green doesn't necessarily have to escape either. I was thinking green had to end up in this and therefore pick up whichever one's the 7, but green could happily sit like that while orange ducks underneath it. So that's getting more restricted. And now this is a clue. This is an odd clue. This relates to a 3. Odd 4. Which annoyingly, it can be on its own. Otherwise, you're going to have to grow a whole bunch of odd stuff either side of it, basically, aren't you? This has 3 colours, but I know it does because the red drops down, yeah. That was all to do with that sort of thing. And this could all just be hidden away on that side as well. It's not really a problem. I was just thinking about if the fact that if red does take all of that, then that would be... Oh no, that could still be small. That could be an odd on its own. That's some excellent progress again. So the odds of yellow have to jump into this row at least. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I just need to find one more colour in this bottom space, which I feel like I should be able to do out of these groupings. But also feels like that could be green or something funky. And then orange and stuff happening. These two are the same region. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that only 7 cells? Weird. So you'd have to be a bit worried about trapping yellow. But yeah, that would work. Hmm. And yeah, because you don't know anything about these sort of stuff. If this were 7. Oh, that can't be a 7. That's actually mental. If that were a 7, then green can't take either of these. Can't escape out of any of them. Because it's already got 1 and 5 in it. So it would have to look like this, otherwise it traps orange, and therefore orange comes through and takes that 7. So that's not 7, that's not 7. That's therefore not 3 mod 4. And therefore there's got to be some odds either side of it as well. Summing overall to 3 mod 4. If I could take. So there are at least 5 rows out of these 6. We're going to have a bit of pigeonhole principle. At least 5 rows. Sorry. Oh no, there's even 7. Damn. At least 7 rows. Sorry. Let's get this right. At least 6 rows. At least 6 columns out of these 7 have to reach all the way down to here. But at least 3 of those 6 columns, 7, have to hit the top. So at least 2 columns have. Let me make sure I write this down. At least 2 columns have at least 6 regions. Because you've got at least 5 here and at least 3 there. In a group of 7. No, only at least 1. You only need 1 of them. It did feel a bit pushed to have 2. So you've got 5 here, 3 up there. That sums to 8, which is 1 more than 7. Yes. Right. Oh, but we've already got 1 here. I hadn't even realised that. That might have been the most useless deduction. There's at least 1 of these columns with at least 6 regions. Oh look, we've already found it. So sorry, I was just feeling like green couldn't be trapped there. Well, I think it can. Anyway. Because the other thing I was wondering about is if, like, that could happen, for example, where you come round and, like, pinch, or if that has to be a different... Can these two be the same colour, is the question I want to ask. They can't connect on this side, otherwise you're definitely not leaving enough space. 1, 2, 3, 4. And yeah, you're 8. Oh, that would work, wouldn't it? Something like this. Green does something like that, and orange takes those 3 cells. Oh, got the hiccups. Here's another thought. I reckon that has to be 3 odds in a row. 5 seems very dubious. But it could be possible. Because the annoying thing is you can have little things that sort of stick out from regions and don't necessarily break apart or anything. Annoyingly, I was really hoping by this point to have deduced something extra about row 7. Therefore be able to finish off my nemesis. Hang on a minute, why did I think that this had to be that 3? I got rid of the 7 because this stuff didn't work. But it only has to actually grow, because of course that could be 2 odds and then be like a 0 mod 4, or 2 mod 4 even. So there's no reason now that this has to contribute to the 3 mod 4. That was a silly deduction. Just got a good bit of cat spelling. And then he's tucked his head away. So it doesn't work so well. Maybe the annoying thing is you've got that question mark. Oh, I need to remember about these being in ascending order as well, of course. Because that's potentially interesting. The fact that maybe if this tried to contribute to the 2 mod 4, then you're going to have to run into issues somehow, aren't you? It feels like. And yeah, I think we've dealt with the question mark 3 question mark column because the 3 and the 2 are done, and then the other 2 we're not fussed about. You've got a big old odd thing going on at the bottom and a big old even thing at the top. They're fine. If if this was one cell, it would have to be even, and it would have to drop down and would not be yellow. But that don't mean too much, I don't think. No. Going back to... Oh, these are both even at least, aren't they? Make sure I mark that. Because this obviously can't be contributing to the 3 mod 4. So we're going to have an odd somewhere at the top here, which might be more useful than I think because of how much we know about these. Seen that has at least 3. That has at least 3. But we don't really know anything about these things, so filling these in aren't that helpful. Those 3 can't be the same colour, because otherwise you trap pink. So we know there's lots of inner Japanese sums down here. Just don't know at all where. We'd rather know where there isn't any than where there is. If no, because I wanted to say that the things that come down here, they're not going to be all that big, are they? Because they're in things, but they only need like 4 regions. So they could, in theory, be as big as 33, which is not particularly restricted. So the only change we have made with row 7 is the fact that this cell is now trapped above it and below it. So it's going to be doing a bit of left and right stuff. I feel like I should be able to rule out that being orange, but in fact, either this is orange and it does that. This is orange and it does that. Or orange takes none of these cells because orange can't take those 2. But that is not a useful deduction, I don't think. This row might be more interesting than I think, because it's got exactly 3 regions. So let's say green takes this. Or no. Let's say green doesn't take this. If green doesn't take this, green's got to come down. And now you've got your 3 regions. So if green doesn't take this, all of that is the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Takes exactly 1 more up here. But that seems okay, because that could be part of dark green if it wanted to. is that... Oh, excuse me. And that works quite nicely with this having just 4, maybe. And that, yeah, that cell's not just even, it is. So if this was yellow, that would also be yellow, and that would have to be a 1-7 pair to be, in order to be 0 mod 4. And then the next cell couldn't be yellow. Or it just starts with a 4 and an 8. That's also okay. Mm-hmm. Need to see something else to keep her all going. Surely I can work out what this is coming from. If it were coming from, yeah, no, if it were coming from orange, that's definitely not true because it's what am I trying to say? If it is coming through orange, that's going to be a problem because then all those are in one big region and then that's odd. So that's definitely not orange. I'm also willing to bet it's not green because if it tried to be green, unless they weren't all the same, can they all be the same? Surely not. If they were all the same region, then you just get another odd out here. And that really doesn't matter, and like green could go like that if it wanted to. Although if feels close to something. If those two are green, if that's green and that's green, then I think you're ending up with a problem over here, aren't you? Or are you? Is that okay? I mean, if dark green went like that, that would be an issue because one of these cells is the new color which escapes. Comes up here. No, that seems okay as well. Aye, 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 aye. One thing I hadn't even properly thought about is the fact that oh wait, is this actually interesting? You know that the 3 odds in the middle are at most 15. So 15 add 14 is 28, 33, 43. Those 3 have to sum to at least 43, 7, 36, 29. Those 3 sum to at least 29. I think I did already look at this. That has to sum to at least 22. 2, 2, 3 question mark. This purple over here. I think it was because that was odd, and that's a very good point. Why did that have to be purple? Don't take something away from that row. It's had too much poured into it to remove something. Oh, it's those two would have to sum to 36 now. Is that a problem? Yeah, no. It was because this can't split in two. You can't have something like that and that because this gets trapped. That's why. So, if this only has two regions going across it, then you trap an irregular region at the bottom. Yeah. Nice. Gonna set another. I think I haven't seen anything for a long time now. I'll set another time at 2:30, where if nothing is spotted, then the next clue, next hint, or like a pointer as to where to look. We really don't know anything about these. Not enough clues looking at them. So I said if this does grow, it would take exactly two odds, which is now more interesting because this grows to that side at that point. And if this grows like that, then that has to grow. And that would be acting as this cell. So that would be like a 1, 3, or 5 there. This grows like that. And then there. You haven't attempted the a solution guide for this one, therefore. That would be quite many pages deep. So yeah, so if this grows, yes, yeah. This grows, it grows up until that point, and then this escapes out there. Ooh. Do we run into an issue of what these cells are, I wonder? Especially because they're not that colour. They could just merrily make their way up here, couldn't they? No. If this is weird. If that does that, then this has to do that, and then that breaks. Yeah. Okay. If orange increases here, then it definitely doesn't take one cell, or else that's odd, and we know it's even on the right hand side. So it would have to do that. And then it would stop. And would stop there, and then this guy has to escape off to the right. The problem is, once that's orange, this is a colour that's got to come out and round. These are exactly two things because it's an odd polarity at that point. Oh, I'm on the verge of sneezing, but that doesn't want to go. Such an itchy nose. Oh yeah. Anyway, this has got to escape, and it can't do that because then it's dark green. Row 8, column 7. Inside this stuff. Oh god, it can, can't it? Yes. Thank you. And then you're not having any problems. I thought I had it. Yeah, it feels like that would be dark green. Then this would take one extra cell, which would have to be even. Because I was just thinking about if that 1, 5 here causes a problem. Interestingly, that's like a set at that point, which is quite nice. And that breaks because 5, 1, 3, 5. That wouldn't be 7, but they don't want that to be 7. Ooh, okay, I can see a reason why this wouldn't work. Let me see how few steps I can get it in, and therefore if I'm allowed to take it or not. So, if orange comes out, it has to do that. Green is now trapped, and the only way green works is by taking these two, and therefore that's a 7, and that's a 1 or a 5. Yes, I think I'm happy with this. Therefore, this would be a 1, 3, 5. Because it definitely does not have a 7 in it. The light green would take that 7. Orange already has 7. So that would be a 1, 3, 5 triple, which sums to 9, which is too small because it has to be bigger any run of even digits. And we've got 3 even digits over here now, which have a minimum of 12. So not a useful deduction at all. Except, I don't think this can be odd anymore. Because if this is now odd, they're all odd. Oh, but they're both odd, and I'm worried about that. Then you would have to have another purple cell here, which would be even, and could therefore only be describing these two together. Holy matrimony. So then they could be like a 3-7, and they could be part of light green. But we have another line. We have another line. So if that's odd, it comes out. By the way, is that? I imagine that's not the deduction that you said you could see you could get. The fact that that's a border. But I know it might have been. So they're all odd. They're all even. Therefore, that's at least 14. Ah. And that's at least. That's a. There. They are exactly 14. Yeah. Exactly 14, and they're exactly 15. But the one here. 14, 15. And it's all fine. Tricky. Like this not being able to grow there. It's not a massive deduction, really, is it? If orange grew at the top, then light green would have to snake around it, but that's probably okay. Even odd. Ones and fives in red and dark blue. Not very useful. And surely this isn't helping us out yet. Certainly doesn't look like it. Yeah, I keep jumping back to this, but maybe it's not all that great. Just wondering about if yellow can come down into here. Because as soon as it does, then I could draw green like this, maybe. No, hang on a minute. If yellow comes down into this row, then this row is entirely made up of yellow, green, and orange. And that row is entirely made up of yellow, green, and orange, and therefore those three rows are entirely made up of yellow, green, and orange, but orange sticks out, so that doesn't work. So yellow is entirely confined along here. So you get a 157 triple along there, basically. And some other cell. Yellow made up of here. Can we introduce a new color out of these guys? Oh, here's so at least one of these is now orange, because otherwise orange gets trapped like that. Oh, which was true anyway, because green's got to come down. What seems likely? I feel like that's likely. Would be my guess. Although, no, that's probably fine. I'll take a hint, please. My second, I'm going to try and limit myself to three hints of the solve. It's now part of the aim as well. Um, sure. I was just vaguely having a look at that. I feel like that can't be light pink, but that's not very useful. Oh, but it probably can, because then that would just be like a 3 or whatever. Yeah, that should be fine. And that could even be 1 or 3 mod 4. Would not matter the way. Tempted to make that light blue into these colours again. But I think I will. I don't like that. I kind of wanted to free up light blue as another region colour. Sadly, you're running out of space. I could bring in like a grey or something, actually. Nice. Happy with that. Make it a bit paler. So now I've got blue, light blue as my 5th region in the bottom half of the grid. Max, min, even sum. The 223 question mark. So yeah, so they sum to at least 22, but actually it's got to be more like, because it's got to be 0 mod 4, they've got to sum to at least 24. Therefore, one of them sums to it. Yeah. So they sum to at least 22. Therefore, they sum to at least 24. That's what I wanted. Let's get rid of that. Evens in row 7 sum to at least 22, but that's actually 24. So the smallest that the bigger one of the two can be, smallest of the larger ones, is 12. No, is 4. Yeah, the smallest of the larger ones is 14. Because otherwise they're a pair of 10s. So the odds do have to sum to at least 15. So they have to be exactly 15. So you do get a 1 here with a 3, 5, 7 triple. That is always the case. And the evens are 14, and then either 10 or another 14. That's the tricky bit. The fact that they could be either at that point. But we do have a 3, 5, 7 triple somewhere along here with this 1. It's the yellow one goes somewhere along there. Which, oh no, they're exactly 3 maybe. Now, if, oh no, because that can still be orange. It's kind of hoping to do something about ruling out these two being the same or something like that. Yeah, so. So now we've got, because threes are definitely here. So where is the orange 3? if that's a 357 triple, then the orange 3 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it can get away with. No, it can't. No, it can't. No, it can't. Because of green. What about that? Oh, that works. Possibly. Might be some random reason why across here it wouldn't be very good. And also, it could literally just pick up that, so it's not exactly a problem at all, unfortunately. But that's another step. It's another ways along. So we definitely are 3. Oh, no, if you are 357 there, then that has to be 2, 4, 8, and 6. So if that's 357, yeah. No, this doesn't work, does it? If this is 357, that has to be evens. That has to be a 268. A 248 to sum to 14, because it has to be 2 mod 4. And it has to be less than 15. So in fact, that can't be a 2, because then this side sums to 18. And no, because that could be a 2 and then that could be even. I'm just thinking about if that's odd. That's odd. This has to be 14. A 248, that has to be a 6. That breaks because that can't be a 6 on its own. So we'd need another even out here, which would always be defining that 6. And then you get bigger than 15, basically. So this cell is always even. And that cell's always odd. Yeah. All right. I'll be back in another minute. Sorry. Alrighty. We passed. Yay! We passed the 4-hour mark. I'm pleased I made it back to see that monumental occasion. Sorry, therefore decides he needs some attention. So we're getting there with this row at this point, which is good. That's what we want to do. Now, do I think that could be a triple? A 2, 4, 6, 8 triple? If that were the case, then that couldn't be 2 on its own. because that would be too big. That would have to be 6 on its own. With this, something's 14, but then that's too big. This is definitely too big. This is a 3, 5, 7. There's a 2, 4, 6, 8. Right. Interesting. Yeah. That's just way too much at that point, because that can't hide away an 8. So, what does that mean for how the odds and evens are broken up? There can't be a split here, for example. Oh, yes, there can. If there's a split there, there's a split there. I mean, there can't be a split like that. It's not very useful. This can't be cut off. Yeah, because... Oh, no, it can, because then that's just even. But that looks like that was going to be too big. If these two are cut off... No, wait, sorry, what was I trying to say? If that's cut off there, then that's got to be cut off here. And those two are together. And they're... The easier thing to do is go back to the mega sum, I think, of saying that these two, or like these odds, in fact, they have to be even bigger now, don't they? Because that's at most 15, with at most a couple of extra 14s. 28, I've done this so many times now, 43. 36 minus 7 is 29. So these two sum to at least 28. If we're cut off here, then these have to sum to at least... Oh, they can sum to at least 14. So they can get there. Because they'd be broken up a bit like that, wouldn't they? In terms of... and then like that would be 14. And then you're getting plenty. That would be a 15. That would be whatever that is. No, because it's only these cells. It's these cells that I have to worry about summing to at least. Right, I need to write this one down again. The maximum that you can get from this odd and whatever these two groups are evens are 15 add 14 add 14, which is 33. I need to... No, it's not. It's 43. Which is 7 more than 36. So do 36 minus 7 to get 29. Take off the 1. These two have to sum to at least 28. Yeah. For some reason, I was thinking it was all of this has to sum to at least 28. Oh, and it's in fact, it is sort of that, isn't it? The fact that these two, which are talking about how far these regions stick out, have to come... have to be at least 29. Oh, 28. 28? Yes. Oh, it's 28 because of these two. Because of that one. Or this has to sum to at least 27. So, all in all, that's definitely connected here. And if that's connected there, that all looks fine. If it's not connected, it's therefore all of that is connected. Yeah. If this is cut off, then that's got to be an odd on its own, which is relating to this odd. And then they're all connected there. With a couple of evens on this side, which is... which doesn't work! Because of the even stuff going on. So that would be relating to that. That would be relating to that. So overall as a sum, that's always 0 mod 4. Because it's something that's always 0 or 2 mod 4 doubled. So that is all connected here. Therefore, it's not light green. Oh, no. Cut off there. Cut off there. Those two. If I cut this off here, this odd has to be that one. Because of... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean now. But similarly, if that's the case, then those two evens are just counting those two evens. And then that's still double. So if those two are connected and those two are connected, then that doesn't work because of this even clue here. And if those two are connected and they're split, it also doesn't work because the even clue's over here. So I think it is still true. Unless that is a non-true statement and therefore something's gone very wrong. Oh, what am I doing? Why does that second border get... And we are talking about this stuff here, aren't we? It's not as in the other things that I've been looking at. That's like that. That's odd. That has to be relating to that odd. That's even those. Why does this setup break? Because if those two are 2s, or those two are 4s, or those two are 6s, or those two are 8s. Oh my god, it takes this sum as well. Sorry. Oh, I'm such a dunce sometimes. I think it hits a even and then it just gets stuck, which is not the case. Exactly. That's what we were going for. Right. So those two, I am happy that they're connected. If this was connected all the way through, then do we trap some regions that we don't want to? Not really. Yeah, not particularly at all. And I mean that can't be a 2-4 pair at least. That needs one of 6 or 8. And this can't sum to 6 because then that gets too big. So that either sums to 10 or to 14. Which I'm sure that's fine. Probably. I do at least know that can't be cut off. Because then you do have this problem. Yeah, that's odd. You do have this problem with counting. Or can you have another even there? No, because how the hell does that work? Right. So those two are also always connected. And therefore this is just one even. Yes. those two are broken up, then you'd have to have another even region here, but that doesn't work. And therefore they're joined. And therefore that's always odd, because that's odd, or it gets with that, and that's all odd, and then it can't take all of that. So those two are light pink. And because this is 0 mod 4, that has to be 2 mod 4. That is a 2 or a 6. And I know that these two are the same number, so they both can't be 8s, for example. And I want to say they both can't be 6s. No, 6s do just work. So 8s are, 8s are definitely in here, which means that they pair with a 2 or a 6. So where's 4 now? 4 now goes here, and that's a 4. That's felt like it's been a while since we got another digit. So we got that one vaguely recently, didn't we? Nice. Very good. So there are exactly 2 colours here, which are going to be green and not green. Yeah, green can't, dark green can't go like down and out and all around. So I'm wondering about trapping stuff down here, but the trouble is everything can pop up and escape. So that shouldn't really be an issue. What would be an issue now, I think, is if light green doesn't take either of those 2 cells. Because now light green has to... It'd have to take those 2 cells. It can't take those 2 now. So... Wait, what on earth am I trying to say? I think I'm trying to disprove that this can't be light green. Let's cycle through the ones that I definitely don't know. It's not orange. If it tried to be dark green, it's just going to trap something down here. Because there's no way you can't jump down and jump back up again. And you can't just go straight across. Especially because there are exactly 2 colours here. So it's not dark green. It's not yellow. I think we're about to find our last colour. If it were light green, then it couldn't take that. It splits like that. The problem being that, again, don't you have some colour down here that needs to escape? Or is that actually okay? Because dark green takes some stuff. So in this particular instance, everything out of these 4 2 columns has to be dark green, light green, or orange, which is 3 colours. I counted them out on my fingers to make sure. Then you got 5 more cells up there. So you could have at most 3 of these 4. Oh, yeah. That seems like that would be okay. Because I was thinking that light green wouldn't be allowed to do that. Oh, so wait, so what? No. What takes all of these cells? One of these cells would have to be... So sorry. If this is light green, then all of this stuff is either light green, dark green, or orange. And in fact, light green can't escape. So that's dark green. That is just all dark green. Therefore, what color is that? It's not. Oh, could it be light green? It could be light green. No, it can't. It's 1 or 5. It's 1 or 5. So that would all be dark green. So that can't be dark green. That would have to be orange, jumping around like that. But that doesn't work. Because dark green's too big. Yeah. So this is my last colour. It's going to be light blue. These are either dark green or light blue. Nice. This cell could still be orange at this point. Now, light green has to escape, has to take both of those, because both of those were connected. So that's 7, 5, 1. A 5 and a 5. If light green, if light blue didn't now escape out of here, we have raiders. Hey, Aduri. I can't work out if hello. I can't work out if I know you. I probably do know you, to be fair. I'm trying to desperately stalk your Twitch profile to work out. But I can't tell if we do know each other through Discord or anything. But hello. Thank you for the raid. We are currently 4 hours 20 minutes into our solve JJSS2. And making pretty solid progress, I think. So I'm hoping we're going to manage it. It's quite a chaotic rule set with various Japanese sums either on parity or on this inner 8x8 chaos construction. And then because that wasn't tricky enough, everything is mod 4 on the clues as well for a bit of extra arithmetic. Yeah. So sorry, Bookworm. What was the logic you wanted confirming? Ah, I do. Okay, cool, nice. I do enjoy a good 2 truth 1 lie puzzle. They are always rather good. But you would also need a bit of a break after those sort of puzzles. Ah, nice. Well, thank you for the raid. Enjoy your break. Right. So I've got up to marking these as green. Surely that's got to be green, otherwise green wraps around like that and gets trapped. And that is a light green. Now, orange could still jump down here. So yeah, so I was wondering if that can't be blue. If that's not blue, oh, then blue could do something like this, couldn't it? And then orange takes those 3 cells. Or even like something like those 3 cells. And blue grabs that. So at least exactly one of those 2 is blue. That's yeah. Yellow takes 3 of those, which are all the odd digits other than 3. That's 1, 5, and 7. Need to be a bit wary of the fact that we know that's an even number there, and it's 0 mod 4, but that could still be a 1-7 pair. Have to go that way around at this point. this is starting to look potentially interesting, though there's still a lot of gaps for where things can be. But we know that those two cells have numbers on them. And in fact, can you get away with it? Well, it doesn't really matter because that's not clued at all in its row or its column. So that's not really going to help us out at all. This also, by the way, now that we know that those are connected like that and like that, that's all... what am I trying to say? Randomly, that's dark green because light green can't reach it. Yellow is confined within here, and dark blue can't reach it either. Yeah, it can. Oh, I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Well, there goes that deduction. Although, oh yeah, no, that could be a 1. Yeah. It's all fine. It's all good. If that were orange jumping around here, thinks that should be okay. Yeah, so what I wanted to have a quick double check at is the fact that these are done at this point, aren't they? Because yeah, no matter how, that's really big, and that's 15, and that's all done. This row. So these outside clues aren't actually going to give us any more Sudoku for that sort of thing at all. So I can finally be free of my 2, 2, 3 question mark. Any more? Well, we know we've got lots of different colours. This one's got 1, 2, 3, 4, and it definitely has an orange, so it has at least 5. So those are both purple. One, two, yeah, these are all got at least 3, so I can purple these at least. For whichever one, and I know that that's a 1, 1, 5, etc. That's a 1, 5, 9. Which might be interesting. These are obviously both purple. Right. This cell. Though the trouble is, even if orange does come around like that, I don't think we know that that necessarily lines up with this. That could have a couple of colours, because like blue could drop down if it wanted to. If these are connected, then obviously those 3 are also connected. But that could be one big connection there. If it wanted to do one long region, with just a 1 hanging out on its own. It's a little party down there. Just looking at the fact that that's an odd digit. So I mean, if that was light pink. Oh no, because yellow can do lots of nonsense, like that sort of shape. Right, it takes 3 of them, but it can still cause enough turbulence that becomes dark pink. I suppose as soon as any of these 3 cells are orange, that becomes a light blue, dark green pair. which makes all of these light green. Oh, yeah, those are all ready. Well, dark green or light blue. It's only that one that can be reached by orange as well. We now have 3 separate three separate dark purple areas. We don't necessarily know if those are like a pair of dark purples at all, but you do at least know that if these two are both dark purple, they have the same polarity. They're either both odd or both even. If that's not yellow, then then those 3 are odd, and that would be a 4 or an 8 because it's 0 mod 4. So that's either 4, 7, or 8. If it's not yellow, it's 4 or 8. If it is yellow, it's 7, and that's a yellow 1. That's always yellow, because either that's yellow and therefore that's yellow because we know that's even as an even sum, or it's not yellow and therefore those 3 are yellow. There you go, Rat, thanks. Well, you probably realised we'd be here for a long time, so you can easily drop out and drop back in again. Making good progress. 7, 7 and 1, or 4, 8, and then those 3 yellow. Yeah. That's the optimistic. Yeah. It's the way to try these puzzles, isn't it? Or Raiden. Hello, Jimmy B. Again, I'm sorry, I don't know if I know you through Discord or not. How was your stream? How was your people? Ah, oh, nice. That's quite acceptable. Yeah, not too bad. Getting my way through my puzzle. Hoping that I might be able to pop outside for a little bit after the end. I'll have to see how the timings go. But yeah. What was I going to say? Sorry, I've just had a bit of a stalk as you do on your Twitch. It does appear that are you a Boggle Twitch streamer? I do like a good game of Boggle. No, I don't. Wait, is my normal grid is normal Boggle 5x5? So my normal Boggle is 4x4, isn't it? Or am I just going mad? That's not as. I don't know. I play Boggle with my sister, which never ends very well for me. I think my best is I score about 23. About 75% of the score is my best bet. It normally sits around 50%. But we're too in tune with the words that we both just pick up these days, and then I can't get any extra ones as well. It doesn't work normally as well. Yeah, no, it's 4x4. Doesn't work as well as a 2-player. It is still a good game. I had a nice 4 games party thing a while back now, but we had Boggle as I'm not going to use this word right, like an aperitif. like a little thing in between courses. Yeah, definitely not an aperitif. Like a palate cleanser of a little game of Boggle in between big ball games, which worked very well. That was a good day. I'll give him a follow and jump on this time you're on. It'll be fun. But anyway, back to the puzzle. Found another yellow cell. But do we know anything else about where yellow goes? And of course, green. Oh, I was just thinking about if green needs a 2 somewhere, it's already got a 2. There aren't any particular cells or digits that are struggling to fit in certain places, are there? There's 7s down here that are taken by blue and dark green and whatnot. So that should be fine. Yeah, 8 hours was the aim. And I think we're on track. Unless there's some stumbling blocks near the end. Gotta get through. That's still probably allowed to have 3. Even though, again, that's not saying all that much. I was just wondering about if this row can have 3 different regions in it. But yeah, it can, because red could do something like that, basically. With pink there and whatnot. So, I know at least that's odd. And not a 3, because it's in yellow's region. Oh, here's the other thing, of course. As soon as that's not yellow... Yeah, this could be useful. As soon as that's not yellow, those 2 are yellow. If that is yellow, those 2 are yellow and that's not. Because otherwise that's not going to work with the even. So this cell's always yellow. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why can green hide away? It's so cruel. So green, if that cell's not green, and I know yellow doesn't drop down at all into this row, so I can close off those 2. Oh, so yellow. No. Maybe? No, probably not. So green can still hide in here, which then forces orange like that. Blue comes through the gap and does some manner of things in other spots. I don't think it's going to tell us much else. Maybe some stuff up and down here, but probably not particularly, unfortunately. What's my next deadline? It has been a while. I don't know if you're still around, but it would appear not, unfortunately. So I'm on 2 out of my 3 hints that I've got from her already that I'm allowing myself during the solve. I was just thinking it might be time for another one soon, possibly. Any increasing stuff that could be interesting, I wonder? Oh, here's a thought. If these cells, if orange does, yeah. Say if orange came round like that, that would be a 3-5 pair, which limits those to at most 3 and 5 down here. One, two. Only needs four in order to get there. How about if this was blue, light blue? Then all those 3 cells are orange. Green comes round like this. And blue's doing something. Blue would take them. Because I'm just wondering about if that's going to affect this row's clues with this 203, perhaps. But it's hard to tell. Do please, by the way, anyone that's just jumped in, if you spot anything, I'm very grateful for any extra logic that people find and whatnot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's pink, isn't it? Because it can have at most 6 across here. Can you? And if you did have 6 colours, then I'm wondering if I can make that light pink. If you had 6 colours, then that's the shape of yellow. Blue comes up to here, and orange therefore comes down, and therefore blue escapes that way. Green has got to come out, but could easily jump up at that point. That's probably fine. Yeah. Tricky. And I still... Ooh, hang on a mo. Do I know something interesting about this? If... Because I know... Yes, this could be interesting. Maybe, hopefully. If this was cut off... Wait, what am I trying to say? Completely lost my train of thought. If this is cut off, then because that's 3 mod 7, mod 7, that one's 3 mod 4 and that's 2 mod 4. Together they're 1 mod 4, no matter what. And therefore they'd have to be the biggest option out of this, because we know that the 1 mod 4 is the largest number. They therefore couldn't be a 2-3 pair at least, because we're bigger than 6. That is at least 9. So you can annoyingly be 9 with a 2-7 if you really wanted to. Can all these stay quite small? Again, I don't really see why not. What would be and that could be like 13, and then that could still be that orange coming up there. So I don't think that is useful yet, unless we can rule it out the other way. But then again, if you're taking that, we don't know what's happening here at all, unfortunately. Hang on a mo. This is only 3. That obviously can't be blue, can it? Because if that's blue, blue comes down. And then you need another colour of it. So that's definitely not blue. Which was the only way that was dark pink. So that is definitely light pink, isn't it? Sorry. 6 things needed. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would have to be light blue. That breaks this row. Right. That is light pink. And we now have 2 of these. And even if, yeah, blue definitely can't come up into this because green doesn't reach all the way over. If blue comes up, there's definitely a 4th colour along here. So I can definitely close off blue taking either of those cells. And just wondering if, but blue could come up and do that, couldn't it? What's sort of interesting is the fact that these 4 cells here, you could have, of course they can't all be blue. Yes, yeah. These all can't, if they're all blue and blue's doing something like this, then yellow's broken. Right. So these are one of the 2 greens. They're either light green or dark green. And I feel like that can't be dark green, can it? Blue does something like this, green does something like that. That works. But that's at least interesting. And yeah, I mean that can't be light green either. That definitely is dark green. Yeah, which is the last color, which I knew. So can light green snake its way around like this, I wonder? That would be quite interesting. Is that possible? That'll be a 715, a 468. Are there any cells that I'm struggling? That's quite quick. 8 minutes for a puzzle to be set. What was the prompt for it? Sorry. Anyway, this can still be orange dropping around and around. Yes, yeah. 1 through 8 in the inner grid. Are you, because Bookworms made a 6x6 version as number 1, an 8x8. I haven't asked you if you're considering a 9x9. I'm just having to read to the SSC. Oh, it is literally just lines. Yeah, fair. No. Nothing. I don't think anything's normal about the puzzle, Jimmy. Sadly. Oh, I don't know. I am still having a lot of fun solving. It's very good. If blue did duck. Fair. Yeah. Do you remember what the size of the first one was off the top of your head? Was it 12 by 12 and finding a 6x6 inside? I can't really remember now. Oh yeah, it was, wasn't it? It's nice to give the central cell as being part of the grid early on. And the trouble is with orange coming down, it doesn't actually mean anything in terms of what blue and green do. That could be entirely blue, or it could be blues could stay up here a bit more, potentially. That cell can't be green anymore. Dark green, that is, because green can reach as far down. Oh, of course, the green can't go through here, which I hadn't even realised. So these are all either blue or orange. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? And that cell can't be blue. Because if that cell is blue, then obviously that's way too much. Blue would have to come through here, which means that would all be blue like this, because you can't trap dark green. The problem is you get two 7s. 7 can't go in blue, and 7 can't go in orange. So that's definitely dark green. That's blue, that's orange. Green, dark green would have to take a 7. I don't think that can be dark green either, of course, because otherwise that's all light blue, because blue would get trapped coming down. So that's always light blue. Yeah. Is that the same with this cell? No, because I think blue. Oh no, because these two are the same, of course. So once blue comes down, then it gets trapped. And if blue doesn't come down, then you trap it like that. So that's always blue as well. So we do get 3 colors on the bottom, and this middle one is deciding what is in blue. Interesting. Don't think I was expecting that. And of course, this middle cell is exactly what's inside of green, which would be really nice if the 3 was in green here. Because if the 3's in green here, that's always even. Not that that really makes any difference at all, because these all being split apart means that we don't actually need any odds and evens between everything here, do we? Unfortunately. But that's a thought. 1, 2, 3 colors. We got anywhere, we got definitely 4 colors. Yeah, there's definitely 4 colors. Here. Either orange does this or orange does that. Which is kind of crazy. And that would then be green. This would be blue. We could still have that as dark purple, but that again, that doesn't really matter because it's not really clued. Although, of course, once that is orange. No, because that could be odd. No, once that's green, this is what I'm trying to say, sorry. Once this cell is green. Wait, can't orange do that? That's really annoying. But even so, once that's green, that cell has to be the non-yellow cell. once that's green, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which this can't reach. So, or at least I can say that's not dark pink, because if that is dark pink, then wait, no, hang on a minute. I think I'm proving one thing and then disproving the opposite thing, which does nothing, coming back the other way, unfortunately. Because I'm saying once that's light green, then once that's light green, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then that cell has to be dark green. Meaning that cell's also light green, but which makes that cell, yeah. Once that's light green, that has to be the light green cell. So orange can't do something funky. Like orange isn't allowed to do this, say. Yeah, it is. It totally is. I'm still disproving the wrong thing backwards, aren't I? I'm saying once that's light green, then that cell is dark green. Then that cell is light green, implying that that cell is also light green. So these two are the same color. But you can get away with that, which is annoying. Light blue, of course, needs a 1. Oh my god, light blue needs a 1. How long has that been staring at me? And light blue is light blue. Oh, that is light blue. I thought you said this barrier wasn't true, but maybe it was just the case that what am I trying to say? No, my brain's just gone. I can't make sentences anymore. Maybe it's just that this wasn't true earlier, so that was split. Good. Oh, I was trying to say it broke. Ah, sorry. Nice. Well, I got there eventually. 6 needs at least 2 more, but that could come in a variety of shapes and sizes. So orange needs a 1, which is going to come here or here. That should be fine. That means that the red one is taken somewhere over here. But that doesn't really make a difference. So now I don't think that can be pink. Dark pink. Yeah, no, that's all fine. Because it doesn't, that being dark pink doesn't have any impact on this cell being orange or green. Unfortunately. Is there any more? It feels like there should be some leftovers stuff that I should be able to just do at this point. Where the thing is, both of those cells could be blue. That would be kind of a funky region, wouldn't it? No, that doesn't work. If both of those are blue, then green would have to do a big old loop like this, and that's way too many cells. Hang on a minute, green. Yeah, green's got to escape. Green's got to escape. Because I can take only 1 cell from light green here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's light green. That's therefore, whoa, dark green. That's therefore dark green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. That's therefore orange. Oh my lord. Actually, I don't think we are quite done. Do all this. Ah, yeah. So either light green comes down here and dark green pops up, or dark green takes that cell and light green pops up. But that is mega progress. That is looking very, very good indeed. Nice. Can I just write in what this is? Comes from tree 7 or 2-6. No, it doesn't. It comes from tree 7. So what's going on here? And this cell is either 5, 9, or 13. But it's not 9 because 9 is 1 mod. Sorry, it's not 5 because that's smaller than 6. So that's either 5 or 13. 9 or 13. So that can't. Oh, that can be 3. That can't. Oh, that can be 2. I keep getting so excited that the little falls down. There's a little 3-7 pair here, though, at least, isn't there? So that cell's even. It's not from 2, 4, or 6. If this is not yellow, it's not an 8 anymore. It would have to be a 4. But that should be okay. Otherwise, it's a 7. And then you get a 2, 4, 6 thing going on here. That cell's not 4. There's a 2, 6, 8. So that is a 3. And that's a 1, 5 pair. Are these cells 2, 7, 1, 5, 3, 6, or 8? Three things up and down here. So yeah, so most 3 regions up and down here. So both of those are light pink. Yeah, they do. I mean, they pair off nicely together, don't they? With I don't know, arithmetic basically, and adding. So they do always work together quite nicely. So there's still a lot of things that can reach down into this space. And annoyingly, I've just realised they could all just be odd. No, they can't, of course, because that makes too many odds. There's got to be at least one even-sized thing that falls down here. There's a little 1-3-5 triple. Well, not really a triple. There's a 3 and then a 1-5 pair. How are we going to resolve those, I wonder? Presumably something to do with this stuff. It's got to be. One, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and that is odd. But you know what? That's even. So if that tried to be yellow like that, that's therefore the first, the second, the third, the fourth, which is odd. So that shape isn't yellow, that is a yellow. And we have we've done the bottom half of the region. That's that. That is that. That all closes off. That's a 4. That's a 1-5-7 triple. Nice. Sweet. That's looking a lot better now, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's light pink. That is either 9 or 11. both of which are acceptable. There's some interaction here, isn't there? Maybe. Fact that if that's 6. No. If that's 8. No. If that's 2. None of this helps. Curses. I was thinking if that's 6, that's 8, that's therefore 3, and then that doesn't really have any impact. If that's 2, then that's 1 mod. Yeah, I suppose. Oh, no. I think that can't be a 6. If that's 6, that's therefore 1 mod. If that's 6, that's 1 mod 4. That's therefore a 2 by irregular doodads. And that would be a 7, and that would also be 1, which is this number. And there's only one mod 4. So all in all, that is an 8. I guess there is a 6 from here. Leaves an annoying 2 6 pair. But we take the little wins. Right, I should be able to, it feels like, fill out some cells like this one. This cell, I know what it is. This is 22. Which certainly is 2 mod 4. This cell's going to be massive as well, isn't it? That's going to be... Well, it could be various things, actually. You know what? Let's do that. And let's say this is either 13 written like that or 9 written like that. Let's do it the other way around. That's either 9 or it's 13. This cell... Yeah, because this either sums to 9 or 13. So this is either 36 minus 9, which is 27, or it's 36 minus 13, which is 23. That's 23 or 27, so that's definitely not the 2 mod thing. And it's always bigger than that, which is probably fine. Yeah, that's only going to come into account in order to disambiguate this top stuff, I'm pretty sure. But that's useful that we've got some of these cells marked at that point. That's either 8 or 12. Doing these pencil marks are probably very useless because they're not going to do anything. Or I'm just going to have to sort them out at the end. But, oh well. It feels like I'm putting in digits. That's always good. Right, we're past 5 hours as well. I hadn't noticed that. That is good. Solid work. 5 hours, five regions found. So we should be on track. See, 9. I'm now reading that as 91 or 93. That's either 9 or 13. Hang on a minute, isn't that always 1 mod? No. Why can I not make this sum to? That's always 1 mod. Have I assumed something incorrect here? Yeah, that just straight up can't be 3 mod 4. Oh, interesting. Oh, also this just is 11. And then 8. And 13 and 4. Nice. Very good. So this is the one. mod 4, which is the biggest one, and therefore this can't be all that big, can it? And neither can those. Those are either going to be 3 or 7. Or 11. Oh, no, now this can't be 9. This is 13. Because it's 11, which is bigger. Sorry, I'm getting very excited and therefore talking a bit rubbish at the moment. 6, 2, 6, 7. That's not 6 or a 4. Oh, my scanning at the end of this is going to be broken, it feels like. There's a 6. There's a 7. There's a 6. That is 8. And that now sums to 23. 23 and 22. And something else. I should be able to work out, it feels like, how this is going to be forced in terms of there's only going to be one way that feels like that should be allowed to be disambiguated. If those ramblings made any sense at all, probably not. Oh, we almost know what this is mod 4, but that being 2 or 8 messes things up a bit, unfortunately. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So all of those come down to at least here. One, 2, 3, 4. That one comes down to at least there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. I know what this is, don't I? It is 36 minus 17. 19? Nice. So, what can we say about the things? Yeah, so this is quite small. So if it were defining red, this is an interesting cell, isn't it? Either it can't be it can be a 3, because that could be 2 and 1 as a region. Because dark blue needs a 1, doesn't it? If that is 3, that has to be 2 and 1. And then that's just whatever it needs to be. That can be an 8. Because otherwise that's got to be 3 and then 4. Is there something wrong with that? And then that would be 7. Yeah. Can't really write 11. It's 3, 7 or 11, that one is. Just have to remember that. Write it like that. Corner pencil mark 1 needs 11. There. It's Bookworm's way to try and make me get into using Pemper again. We're making very good progress now. The end is in sight. Just gotta believe. So yeah, so either, I mean, a bunch of these are going to be the same, therefore. Either that comes out, it could go out like that as well if it wanted to do with a 2, 4, 1. Which is mean. But at least those 3 are all the same region. Because either that's quite small and therefore that increases like this. all that stays small and that increases like that. This cell's also kind of interesting, the fact that it can't be 1, whoa, hello, 1, 5, 6, or 3. So, yeah, if it was red, it would have to be a 4. Sorry, if this is relating to red, it has to be a 4. And otherwise, it's got quite a lot of options. On the left of row 1, as in that 3 or 7. Oh, because that can be 11 as well. Sorry, yes. Let me go back to where I put that in and check that there wasn't anything extra stupid that I did. Yeah, so from here I can redo all of that, redo all of this, put in that pencil mark. I even faffed about with that one, didn't I? There we go. 7 possibilities in column 6, row 1, 2, and 3. Those 3 cells, do you mean? Sorry. Oh, 3, 7 possible. Ah. It might be worth starting to pencil mark some of this though, given that you've got some various things going on. Got a blue 3 there. Need a pink 3 somewhere. And a light blue 3 somewhere down here as well. Ah. I'm now less convinced that these pencil marks are going to be useful. Maybe. Possibly. It would be nice, by the way, if this wasn't 22. If this wasn't 2 mod 4. But you know. It is what it is. Column 7. Yeah, 7s go somewhere up there, don't they? 2, 4, 8. And do we know where all the 7s? Hey, Rocket. Just had a very soggy cat come up to me. Why'd you go outside? Rainy. It's a speed demon. Putting that as well, maybe. Let's have a think about what these top cells could be, maybe. Because, of course, none of these are going to be all that big. Because they take at most 2 cells. They could take all 3, of course. So, in fact, I retract that statement. They could be like 21 if they wanted to. Which, in the grand scheme of things, is quite large. I know. Surely there's 2 different colours here because pink has to be in one of those 2, so that's definitely purple. So this cell down here, because that's currently 1 mod 3, mod 4, it's going to need some other odd digits around it. Which, yeah, let's think about, let's actually pencil mark all this stuff. And because, oh, I feel like I'm close to something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, you can easily get down to there. But if these cells have anything in them, they're kind of restricted. They'd have to come from any of those single digits. This one's quite a bit more open with what it can be. And the annoying thing as well. Oh, no, wait, 3. Oh, you just got 3 on its own. Yeah. It feels like it's quite easy to pick up whatever you want from these cells. I know those sum to 36, but because I've got no information about them too, that's not going to help us out. Even and even. So that's not picking up the 3. But it could easily be the largest one or the smallest one. Which doesn't particularly help. If that cell is dark pink, then I've just realised I've still got my extra. I've still got my third clue I'm willing to ask for. Because again, I'm in a bit of a rut. If the time reaches 3:30, I'll go for a next clue, please. So if this were dark pink, then this would be describing this side of things. Which... excuse me, still has quite a lot of options. This cell can't be... yeah, because that's not 1, 3, 1, that's not 3, 7 or 11. So that's certainly not red. Blue comes out to here. And I mean, red can't get too trapped over here because it needs a 1 and a 5. Just sort of stuck like that. So red can't take all 6 of those cells, perhaps. That's a very good point. Normally I wear my watch and then that shouts at me for not doing anything when I'm working. I have got up and walked around like 3 or 4 times during the solve. But thank you for the reminder anyway. Well, that does actually feel quite good. Trouble is, you just get too invested to these puzzles, and then the day's gone by already, hasn't it? Um. Hmm. Ones and fives. Threes and irregular tricks. Like, surely that can't be red because it traps light pink. Yeah, neither of those can be red. That one can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Oh, that one can be as well. Actually, no, it can't. No, that does still trap pink. And 2, yeah. Oh, hang on. One. Yeah, no one. That's got 6 so far. And apparently, I know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Apparently, I know it's got exactly 6. But I'm confused how I would know that. Oh, it was because that can be even. Yes, yeah. So this is exactly 2 colors, and exactly one of them is light pink. So if the other one's blue, then what the hell is going on there? Right, there's something. One of these is at least one of these is light pink because else pink is trapped, and at least one of them is red, or else red is trapped. So none of those are dark blue, none of those are dark blue. We get way more reds. So that's way too big to be this, and therefore the blues are 3, 7, or 11. 11 doesn't work because it would have to be 1, 2, 3, 5. So that cell's also red, and that does that, which doesn't do very much at all. But it's something. Red still needs its. Hey, Escojo. How are you doing? Red still needs its 1 and 5 from somewhere, of course. If that is blue, it could. Oh, if that's blue, it could still be 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 6, 5. It most certainly is. We're at 5 hours. 5 hours 23 minutes, aren't we? The aim for this one was 8 hours, so I think we're doing pretty well as we are. It's quite the beast, but I can recommend it. It's pretty fun. Nice simple Sunday puzzle, maybe. So red, yeah, red could still drop down maybe. Has that given us any extra information? Not really about the columns. Don't think. Red can't reach all the way to here, can it? Obviously. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. But that could also still be pink. If pink did that, should imply red does this and blue does that. Does that work with the regular stuff? Both of those would be 5s. It's probably fine at that point. Oh, no. If that tried to be pink, pink would have to do that, and then that breaks this clue. Yes. That cell is definitely dark blue. And can that can't be a 1, 2, 3, 5. So that's pink is never relating to that cell. So this is definitely purple. So, but red can still drop down into here, can't it? Which is annoying. But pink would be allowed to do that as well, I'm pretty sure. Hmm. That cell be red? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Tempted to pencil mark these. Get rid of a 3 and a 5. Not really doing enough, is it? Um. Hmm. Any more? There aren't even any more borders that I can draw, even with all the extra colour linkers. Like that could still be a blue or whatever, couldn't it? Cruel. That can't be dark pink anymore. Because again, otherwise that's too big for this being 3, 7, or 11. Very dubiously pencil marked. Um, little 3. I know it's not. It's not even an X-wing on 3s, is it? Because threes can hide away down there. If it is, then you get a couple of bonus X-wings. I mean, we know a bit more about what these evens actually are, because they either come from that cell is either 4, 6, well, it's either 4, 6, 8, 10, 14, etc. Because annoyingly, that though, if it is a if it's a 4, if that is a 4, it's 0 mod 4 and therefore is question mark. And therefore the 2 and 3 are just naturally 2 and 3 on their own. All 3 possibilities of column 5, do you mean? The 4, 6, 8 stuff. I'm confused. Just randomly think about this cell as well, but I don't think that does anything. So annoying that can be 1, 2, 4. I mean this, but that could be like an 8, 2, 1 if it wanted to, which is kind of whack. The red needs its 1. No, the red needs its 1 and its 5, doesn't it? 1, 2, 3. That has lots of opportunities to grab them. No harm, no foul. That would be kind of funky if that was blue, that was red, and that was pink. It's really and what I'm struggling with at the moment is how open these bottom things seem to be. If neither of those are purple, then it implies that all of those ones are. It also implies that all of this stuff is purple at the top, which gives gives lots of options for what this can be. So not really sure about if that does anything. Hmm. Sure. I mean, that is definitely the red bit. Oh, sorry, I'm such an idiot. That obviously can't be red because otherwise pink has to jump back up into this row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Pink definitely takes one of those, so that can't be red, for example, because there's only 3 of them here. I can't have my fun little blue ring around the rosy. So red. No, red works. That sort of shape. If that's pink, that's also pink, and then pink is just done. Or otherwise, that's a double red. Gives you some blues and stuff. How about if that cell was pink? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, yeah, you're just not reaching that anyway. But if this cell is pink, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, that. Wait, what am I on about? Why? Yeah, no, that was true. Because red couldn't duck down and then come back up. Reds can't duck down and come back up. Yes. Pink, some amount of red, then a blue. So if that's pink, all of that has to be pink because red can't take just one cell. No, if that's pink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then that would be red. If that's pink, pink does that. And this is all red. Or it's not pink. And then something else happens. Maybe. Red. That's red. Implies that blue does that sort of shape. Surely red isn't allowed down here anymore, is it? Oh, again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Scratchy. Not sure if this is the best camera view, actually. Let's switch over to that one. It's being a bit provocative. Oh, thank you for the hype. Yeah, so if red does drop down 5. I mean, it's interesting if either of these are dark purple, because that implies that red does have to drop down, doesn't it? And that would rule out any of these funny possibilities. So that would be blue. Say that could be red, perhaps. Yeah, I mean, red looks quite likely to drop down, which isn't exactly what I expected. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if that's pink. If that's pink, that's the shape of pink. Otherwise, if it's not, there's still various options that work. Here's a potentially interesting thought, which might require quite a lot of maths. If that's pink at the bottom there, then we know, because we know both of these are 3 mod 4, and therefore this cell is 1 mod 4. So the rest of red would be 3 mod 4. yes, this is going to do something. If red is entirely focused in here, then it has got to sum to something that's 3 mod 4. Because we know that the blue that sticks out here is 3 mod 4. And then you're just doing like 36 minus something minus 36 minus something or whatever the maths works out to be. The problem is that's therefore 3 mod 4 and has... Yeah, this is if the case that red is entirely in here. Then that's 3 mod 4. But it's going to be quite a small 3 mod 4. Because this is at least... I'm just going to write in the minimum. 25. So yeah, that's almost 11. Right. And that breaks this because 11 is smaller than the 2. So I know that red has to drop down into one of these two. That was a bit complicated, but I think it makes sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's not red. And one of these cells is red. The trouble is, does that... I mean, if that's red, then red can't go all the way around. So red would come up and then that does pink. But if that's red... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You then have to have a couple more reds. And the red... If that's not red... Red comes up and then red blocks blue, so that is always red. So if that's not pink, then pink would now do that, which is a problem. So that definitely is pink. And now that just straight up has to be pink. Right, massive, huge. That's not blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow. Okay. Jeez. That felt like that took a lot to get those last bits out there. Excellent. Right, that's not necessarily 25, but it could be. And then yeah, I know that that's purple now because this is a very small number. Oh no, wait, can it be? It can be small as long as it's 2 mod 4, which is probably fine to be 2 mod 4, I suspect. If that were, so if that were blue, it can't be 1, 2, 4 anymore. It can't be 7. It would have to be. It would have to sum to 11, which wouldn't work with 8, 2, 1. So basically, that can't be an 8, because otherwise you're either 8, 3 or 8, 2, 1, which doesn't work with those two cells. And there's a 6 there, so that's not 6. Whoa, 2, 4, 8 triple. Out of nowhere. Madness. Right, that is 11. And that only works with a 6. Oh, whoa. 3, 6, 8. Holy hell. Oh my days. Okay. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's definitely purple. Nice. We are halfway there. Maybe. Hopefully a bit over. I've definitely been living on a prayer for a long time though with this puzzle. Anyway, sorry for the very appalling puns. The brain is going to that stage at this point. 5, 1, 7 pair, 2, 4, 8 left in the column. Six is not here. That looks like a 6. Really just a naked single. It is, isn't it? Yeah. Wild. This is 11. Yeah, and this... If this tried to be... This is 5 or 6 now. Oh, it can be 6. Curses. Because what I was thinking about is... Or actually, if that is a 5, then that has to be pink. Oh, whoa, well, no. Because those would just immediately change. Because those are a 5, 6 pair. Right. That is a 6. That is a 6. That's a 5. That's a 1. Because of these clues. Or else you'd be picking up 4. Because they would have to be the same parity. Nice. And now this is... uh-oh. Yeah, no, I've done something wrong there, ain't I? That's not the middle. I can definitely do that. All right, sorry, that is the end. That is the end. That is the end. That is the end. Yes. So this is 5 or 6. That's definitely not summing to 3. So that either sums to 7 or 11. If it were... I mean, 7 puts 1, 2, 4. That looks like that just straight up works. 1, 2, 4, 3, 8, 7. I can't see any problems with that. So the sum of these cells are definitely even because this is either 2 odds or 2 evens. Therefore, the sum of those cells, which is a difference of 2, is also even, and therefore that's odd. I know what that sums to. That either sums to God, I do the most stupid things sometimes. It either sums to 25 or 29. So those either sum to 23, 27, or 31. Nope. How have I managed this? I know that sums to an odd number. Therefore, that's going to sum to an even number. No, it doesn't. I've managed to switch partway through to trying to solve a 9x9 grid and saying that the sum across the digits sums to an odd number. But it's not. It is 36. These are odd. These are all odd. No, wait. That's odd. That's odd. Why did I think that differed by 1? Of course that differed by 2. Of course that differs by 1. Right, let's try that again. Those cells are either 25 or 29. Therefore, those cells, which are the ones I care about, are either 24. Oh, that's quite a lot of possibilities, actually. 24, 26, 28, or 30. All of which... Exactly, I did. So yeah, so that either sums to 24, 26, 28, or 30, which just immediately works for those clues and that thing. So if you want rat thinks, another time. Oh no, I haven't managed that very well. I can have have this as my setup another time, perhaps. And then, or you could have a bit of the puzzle maybe. He could sit somewhere like that, and then you could have the puzzle just off to one side. That'll be the way to go. By the way, it was very nice of you, Bookworm. By the way, the fact that this was all blank space. So I had space for the black cam, for the cat cam. Just a bit nice, bit of cat TV. Right. This is not mod 4, which is interesting because it is the biggest. That is definitely the biggest cell. And our 3 mod 4 is going to be far bigger than 8, isn't it? No, far bigger than 4. Oh no, sorry, because yes, it can be a bunch of evens. I think it had to be on its own, and precisely because the thing that's 3 mod 4 is going to be. Oh no, because again, it could just be a sum of things. No, because as soon as it's a sum of things, it's too big as well. So that's at least 10. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use this bottom row to mark what the minimum of each of these top things can be. So that can be minimum of 10. That can be minimum of 9, min of 7, min of like 12. It's min 4. That is min 2. That's min 2. So if I wanted to get something that was 3 mod 4 and was less 4 or 8, I'm just not going to have a good time. Because neither of those can do it. If you grab that one, you'd have to grab one from either side. That's too big. If you grab either of those, you're not having much fun trying to get to an odd number. So therefore, that has to grow on either side. On one of the sides. But at that point, it could be really big if it wanted to. And it could still be the question mark. Oh, sure, that was going to give us more information than that actually did. Oh, we know this is 11, so we know this is 25. Maths checks out. We know this is 7. Yes, yeah, I should be able to say way more about this than I actually am thinking. This is 7 or 11. If it's 7 and 5 means you'd have 24 left. 7 and 6 would mean 23. 11 and 5 means 20. 11 and 6 means 19. Oops. So, yeah, but it's slightly a null point because it's only affecting this clue, which is done. Oh, this of course can't be 8 because then that will be 8, 1, 2. So if that was 11, how do you make 11 in 3 without using 5 and 6? And you can't use 8 because else it's 8, 1, 2. You'd have to have a 7. You'd have to be 1, 3, 7. The only way to make 11 in those 3 cells is 137. The only way to make 7, of course, is 124. So there's always a 1 somewhere here, which gives us a 1, 5, 5, 6. 6 there. This is either 1, 4 or 1, 7. So 8s are somewhere down here. With either a 2, with either a 7, 3, or a 2, 4. Oh, is that why? Is that why about this maths? I think that works. Hopefully. Only way to make 11, because you can't use 8, 8, 2, 3. Oh, okay, sorry. Cool. Whoa. Nice. So this is a 5. Nice. Lovely. I still don't know if this is 19 or 23. There's a couple of options. There's a 6, though. Yeah, I still don't know what these two are at all. Which is crazy. I should... Nah. I want to pencil mark all that. It's a bit... Pushing it. Ones, 5s, and 7s, 5s. Little X-wing on 5s, isn't it? Yeah. Unfortunately. So... Still gonna have to do more thinking. Why have I put in this? That's because there's 6 here, isn't there? Yeah. And even if I make that one dark purple, there's still so much more that actually... I suppose... Oh, here's a thought. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of these is purple, and exactly one of them is purple. Because of what's going on down here, I need exactly 1 purple here. So one of them looks like that, and the other one... oh, it could still go all the way down. Yeah, that's fine. So... Oh, we're coming up to the 6-hour mark, by the way. So... I've just realised 3s are there, aren't they? 1, 5, 6, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, nice. That's a bit more what I thought it would look like. So wait, where are 3s in these two? 3s are definitely there. That's not a 3. Oh yeah, of course, because that comes from those 3s. So these are now... I mean, that one... If that one is purple, it's always odd. If that's purple, it's odd or even. But somehow I've managed to get a 3-5 pair. Yeah. Interesting. So it comes from 2, 3, 5, or 8. Oh, by the way, this is always purple as well. It says 6 in that column. Oh, I still can't figure out why either of these are. I was like, oh, get a little win. Get something in. And then I can't do it. Can't do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, and this, of course, is contributing to the even side of things. So do I need to be a little aware? Like this. This is always even. Because it has a 5, it has a 3, and it has 1 of 2 or 8. I wonder how true that is for a lot of these. So I'm just wondering about where I get my 3 from. That's even, that's even. That's even. Go on, please be even. Be nice. Oh, I think it can be either which way. It is if that's even, but that could be a 3. Otherwise you get the nice 2, 4, 8, 7, 1. Hang on, no, 7. Yeah, 7, 1, 4, 2. That's either a 2, 4 or it's a 3, 7, isn't it? One of which has one way of working. So yeah, so either. Oh my god, that's not one mod 3. That is not one mod 3. So this is always purple. Because you need to get an odd thing that isn't just one mod 3 on its own. And the rest of these are all even. Nice. Right, okay. That's purple, that's purple. They're both pink. This is getting far more constrained. It would be lovely if that... Oh, I think all of these are purple. Because if they're not, then that one odd is contributing to an even thing. And therefore... Oh no, oh, damn it, that could be odd. Ah. So... There goes that theory. Yeah, I mean, that can't be like... Yeah, it still can. Joanne, use your brain. The brain is gone. And the brain is gone. 3, 4, 8. Oh no, 7. Sorry. More raiders. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. How are you? How was your stream, Caroline? How far back do I have to go, program? I can't work out where the 7 thing is from. Oh, nice. Was this not this purpley stuff not true? I thought that was okay. Oh. Oh. Huh. I was convinced. Right. There's definitely 6 regions in this column. So we're definitely going to have a purple at the top there. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then my theory was that we need to have odd stuff coming in at the top. They're both even, as is that one. That one's odd, but you can't get to 3 mod 4 on its own with a 1 or a 7. 1 and 7. 7 is 3 mod 4, isn't it? Oh, Christ. Why am I looking at 2 digits that are 6 cells apart and thinking they've got the same modularity mod 4? Ah, oh, dear Lord. Also, yay, we made it to 6 hours. My cat has moved. Right. So that can just be 7 on its own. And that messes up all my nice thinking that I had. How upsetting. It's fine. Everything's fine. I don't want to get rid of that colouring. Hang on away. Let's get rid of those notes. So, the end is in sight. We're going to get that. Just gotta believe. 3 6s, 27s. Surely it's... I mean, I've got the interaction here a little. Maybe. But... But... Well, 10 or 14. But how does that get finished? And of course, the 3's in the middle. Yes, the 3 is in the middle. So if this was purple, that's already 9 at least. And it can't be a 1 2. Is what you got a 4 8 thing going on there. So that's going to be at least 5. 1 4. Yeah, 1 4 is fine, isn't it? 7 5 3 2 8, that sort of thing. So that's at least 11, which is 3 mod 4. But I wonder if you're then struggling to get big enough, but not really, because the thing that's question mark mod 4 can just grab a whole bunch of evens. Can grab a whole bunch of evens from like either side of this without really having any problems at all. Setting my next deadline at 370 because I think I'm starting to go around in circles for a next hint. Please bookworm. Right. So, and I mean, as soon as that is purple, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Oh, we're already down to purple here. I should have checked that before I started counting. At most one of these 2 is purple. That's something I can say for certain, because I need a purple up here. If at most one of these 2 are purple, then well, if that was contributing to my 3 mod 4, Oh, it could just look like that. Except it would then need those two. Or if it contributes to 3 that way, it would need those two, and therefore that would always be purple. As soon as that's purple, that's not, that is. And that is 7 and 1. 7, 1, 7, that's not really going to do anything for us in terms of sorting out this. It gets rid of a 7 here, it gets rid of a... No, that can still be 3. So this contributing to 3 mod 4 implies that that's purple. If instead it doesn't, it could easily take like a 4 mod. It could take 0 mod 4 if it just grabbed that 3, which wouldn't really be an issue. Oh, of course, the 3's... Use your brain. The 3's the biggest cell, of course. So... Right, if this is 3 mods... If this is 3 mod 0, mod 4, then it can't look like this, because then those two would be different parity and one of them would be odd, and then they're not 0 and 2 mod 4 respectively. So it'd have to be a triple that way, which is interesting that those two would have to sum to 2 mod 4, and this triple going that way would imply that one's even and that one's even, which sinks you all the way down to there, which is okay. Sorry, I had my chat scrolled, so I hadn't seen your message, Jimmy. 1 7 pair in row 3. I think both the combinations of those work, unfortunately, in row 3s, because we still don't know if this sums to 19 or sums to 23. Oh, in column 3, sorry. 1 7 pair. Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Although 5 5 5 3. It's just gonna work, isn't it? Like 4 4 5 3 8 2. That all seems fine. That would be 2 or 8, which is 2 or not. It's all 2 or not. That's like a 3. That's a 1. That's a 1. 1 2 3 4 5. That's not gonna reach. That could be a 4. That could be a 5 or whatever. That could be a 4. That could be an 8 if it wanted to. And your other option, if that was light pink, then they're both odd and they're both even. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? Yes. Yeah. This cell is always even. I think. Maybe. No, it's odd in that case where... It's odd in that case. No. Odd. Wait, hang on a minute. If this is contributing to the 3 mod 4, can't go that way. It has to come this way. That's therefore even and is that cell. But this is even. Oh, that's even or odd. But the fact that that's pulled down pushes this guy up. And now you're at 6. And now that is odd. So that would be odd. That would be odd. That would have to be odd. Of course, they're all just odd. That can't be... No, that would be a 3. Of course, that would just be a 3, wouldn't it? That would be a 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's okay. That would be, those would both be pink. Those would both be dark blue, dark pink. So one, that's 3. That's another 3 to make 7. 3, 5, 5. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Could I get a hint of where to look? Please, bookworm. Slightly past my 370 mark. Rocket, be nice. It's like half asleep and he can't decide whether he wants to fight or if he wants to clean. Assuming you're still here. Still around. We lost Bookworm. No. Uh-oh. She's probably gone still. Anyway, Right. So I was saying, if this is 3 mod 4, that has to be 3, that has to be 3. You get the 3s there, you get the 5s there, which really don't help our 1-7 pairs, unfortunately. Three, 3. We get a 2 or an 8. You know what you do get, though? You get a 7 at the top. You get a 7 here. Which means doesn't do anything. If there's a 1 there. Because you get a 3, you get a 7, 7, 3, 5, 5, 1. And then a 3, 4, 7 that can go either way around. Because, of course, although 3, 3, 5, 3, yeah. So just something obvious I'm not seeing here. It's very likely. I suppose you two. I suppose if you are like this, I don't know if you're around when I said bookworm, but I would like my third hint, please, because I think I've been here for 45 minutes, maybe. It's been a while since the last deduction. Thank you. And I'm getting close, but I'm also seeing a fair ways down the puzzle that doesn't actually stop it doing anything, sort of thing. Oh, right. So I absolutely adore the Twitch chat filtering. It really didn't like the fact that you wrote threesome. Anyway, 203. So, but I'm struggling to see what's wrong with this sort of idea. And then this picks up that 2 or 8. That picks up that cell. That could grab it could grab either of these. Interestingly, if it grabbed that one, that's always 0 mods, and therefore that would have to be a 2. But that doesn't really... Maybe this is the only way that works. So, if this isn't 3 mods 4, it's got to therefore increase once. Let's say it increased once in... Which direction do I want to go? In this direction. Then I need to find somewhere else to put a 3 mod 4, which would have to just be on its own. It's definitely not going over here. That's certain. It would have to go there with a 3. So you'd have like an odd. That would be even, and that would be odd. Have I now pulled too many cells downwards though? Because that would be even. Yes, I have. And that would be 1, and then that doesn't reach the top. Right, okay. So, if this isn't 3 mods 4, then it's not allowed to go this way. Oh, yeah. It's not allowed to go this way. It would have to go that way. And that's problematic because this would be odd. This would be taking that cell, which would be 1 or 5, which is fine. And then, I mean, this just grabs a 3. It grabs whichever 3 it wants from one of those two. Which, if it's that one, that's then purple. If it's that one, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's then purple. So either way, that is always purple. No matter what. If that's the threesome, then that's purple. If that's not the threesome, then oh god, no, that can't be. Yeah, that can't be. And that can't be, because I know that exactly one of those is not purple. Then either you're 2 across like that. That's therefore even. That's no. Whoa. Oh no, I said that didn't work. That's even. That's pulled down. That's even. That's odd. That's pulled down. So it would have to go. It's not allowed to go this way. It would have to go that way. You're right there, buddy. Gonna come and yell at me. Sweet. So the odds would have to go that way instead, which is oh. I think, sorry, at this stage I might just need it spelled out a bit more, because I'm going a bit round in circles still, because I just can't. Well, I say I can't see what's wrong with that, but that is a very good point, and I had neglected that entirely. If that's not how the 133 works, because the 133 worked perfectly happily. Let me go back to where I hadn't done that, because that was a bit silly. If that's not contributing to the 133, it goes this way. That's therefore odd. That has to be a 3. That would be like a 2. And that has to be a 4, which is bigger. Right. Thank you. Yes. Sorry. I was not getting that at all. So this does go 1, 3, 3. Let's make them like that. Let's make them proper. That's therefore purple and is even. So that's 2 or 8. That's therefore a purple 3 or 5. This purple is matching up with that one, especially because we now go all the way to the top there. So that's 3, 5, 5. This is the biggest. Yes, that is a very good point, Bookworm. Oh, sorry. I should have seen that ages ago, shouldn't I? Sorry about that. 8 and 2s. That's maybe that's small too. That's a 5. That is light pink. That is purple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, of course, this is now purple and purple. They're both pink. That's got all of those 5s. They're both pink. So that's a purple. There's purple. There's purple. 4. That's therefore pink. This is 2, 4, or 8. Do we know anything about these two? Probably. Am I going to be able to see it? That's the other question, isn't it? Not right now, I don't think. This surely can't be that because that's only 7 and this is already 8. So that has to be referring to that. That's purple at the bottom there. That's pink here. This is now a 1, 5 pair. In order to sort that out being 4 smaller than this. Which doesn't give you much else, does it? That is the 5 there and then the 7. Etc. This is 1 or 7. That's all 5 of those. They're both pink. So therefore that is the 7. 7, 1. I keep on doing those the wrong way around, don't I? They're not 7s. That's 7, 1, 1. Still don't know which way around this goes. 3s, 4s, 2s, 2s. No, it's 7. There we go. That was a bit better than it. 7 and 3. 3, 7. 7, 3. 8 and 4 and 2. 2, 4. 8, 4. 3, 8, 2. Oh my lord, we might actually finish the puzzle. 3, 11, 4, 8. 17, 9, 3. Don't know anything about this, except we do because that has to be pink there, that has to be pink there. This is therefore 13, 16, 2, and 18. 2 at the bottom, 2, 3, 8, 11, 12. And now how do we sort out this? It's going to be this, because this is 0. This is the biggest one, therefore that's got to be smaller than that. That has to be a 2, 4. That's the only way that works. That's 2, that's 4. 4, 2, 8, 8, 2, 8 and 4. Let's finish these. That is 14. That is 11. That's a 14. 19 makes 17. This one's the 19. This is 8 and 9 and 10 and 15 and 4. Let's go. Oh my days. Holy hell. That is such a mental puzzle. Oh, I'm fucking spent. Sorry. That was actually crazy. I'll take that. That's what, 6.5 hours. Three hints, I think it was. For the very me just being completely dim. At the end, I think I was just losing the plot. That was an absolutely insane puzzle. Yeah, I think I might take a little break from Sudoku for a bit. But yeah, that was awesome. How do you set this stuff? But it was absolutely mental. It's crazy. That was very very enjoyable to solve. Ah, not bad, not too shabby. Right, I think I need to head on out. Um, but yeah, that was very very good fun. Right. Don't know when I'll stream next. Sometime in the week, I'm sure. Um, but we shall see. No one else is solving Sudoku. I don't know what this Saturnalia is at all. Full sense. But yeah, thank you very much for watching, everyone. Thank you for the puzzle. I'm gonna go lie down for quite a while now, I think. um, but yeah, awesome. I'm pleased that we managed it in one day as well, and less than the 8 hours. These two probably need a bit of food. I also need a bit of food. But yeah, thanks so much for watching. Chat to you all sometime later, I'm sure. See you later.